Hotep, Introduction to Kemet, the missing link in Black history. I am Shakandugu Kemet. My goal is for you to learn and understand some information that you probably never came across before. For this reason, the beginning is going to be somehow meticulous because it's necessary. We are dealing with thousands of years of knowledge. We're going to deal with primary sources, originals. There's going to be name, dates, and places. So let's get right into it. Africa, Afuraka. I'm not going to waste time about the Middle East claim because it doesn't make sense. As you can see, I'm going to break down the word Kemet for you. That's a hieroglyph, the Meduneta. Now, the first symbol, that's for Kem. It's a piece of charcoal, of course, crocodile skin, because that's what it's described as most of the time. Then you have the loaf of bread, that's the sound for T. Then the bird is actually a O, and that's for M. That sign there is the town, village, settlement, Egypt, Thebes. The numbers in bracket are the Gardner list number, and it can be useful, even though our ancestors obviously didn't use that. Some of you might say, fine, okay, but where can we see Kemet? No problem. This is the second Kamose Stela, number J43, at Luxor Museum in Kemet, Egypt. We are going to see where it's showing that's line 23. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Here it is, in the middle of your screen. There's a slight close-up with the Meduneta transcript underneath. How old is Kemet? Thousands of years old. The first dynasty starts around 3100 BCE. Menes or Narmer or Mena is the king of the first dynasty. We're not even talking about pre-dynasty period. Some of you might wonder, really? Show and prove. No problem. Here is the royal list of Abydos located in Kemet. It gives in chronological order 76 kings from Menes, that's Narmer, to Seti I. Then you have the ancestors Sheper of King Jehutimes, commonly known as Thutmose III. It's from the Temple of Ammon in Karnak, number E13481 bis in the Louvre Museum in France. There's 61 names there from Menes to Jehutimes III. You have the Palermo stone around 2500 BCE, and that's located in Italy. The Narmer's head, UC 15989 in Petrie Museum, London, and the famous Narmer palette, CG 14716 in Cairo Museum. This is 5,000 years old. Why is it called Egypt today? It comes from Het Kapta, the house of the Ka of Ptah, which gives Aegyptos in Greek, Aegyptus in Latin, and finally, Egypt in English. Het Kapta is Memphis, and that's what the US town is named after. I am going to show you where our ancestors wrote Het Kapta about 3,000 years ago, but first I want you to get some understanding about the source that I will use. Pert M. Heru, commonly known as the Book of the Dead. It's a papyrus that's 3,000 years old, kept at the British Museum, number 10470. It's a compilation of spells and things to get you through the afterlife. It has to do with spirituality. Every time we quote the book, that's the edition that I'm on. You need to understand that there's all the versions, right? People will have that when they die, it'll be there with them in the coffin, and you have different ones, and I can give you examples. Here's the Pert Emheru of Hunefer, around 1300 BCE, located at the British Museum. This one is the Pert Emheru of Nat, same date in British Museum again. Pert Emheru of Nebseni, 1400 BCE, same location in London. Pert Emheru of the scribe Nebked, that one is in the Louvre Museum in Paris, France. Those texts are derived from older ones called the coffin text, and here's an example right there. Coffin text of Goa around 1800 BCE from Deir el Bersha in Kemet, number EA30840 in the British Museum. That's well over 3,000 years old. The coffin texts are derived from older texts, which are the pyramid text. And there you can see the pyramid text of Unas around 2300 BCE. That's well over 4,000 years old. And then the pyramid text of Teti I in Saqqara, Kemet. Okay, Now, why is it called the Book of the Dead? Because it was found in coffin generally, like the one for the for Annie, for the scribe Annie, and we can check out the real name. It's actually in the book. So let's have a look.
Awesome screen, awesome camera, long lasting battery life.
Page 28, the common name for the Book of the Dead, Pert Em Heru, which words have been variously translated, manifested in the light, coming forth from the day. Page 355, it tells you that it's on plate 5. Okay, and here's a breakdown of plate 5, Pert Em Heru. Now, why do we talk about plates? The papyrus of Ani was found and it was 20 meters long. So Wallis Budge, who bought it, cut it into 37 pieces. That's why we are talking about plates. And there we're dealing with plate 5. And I'm showing you where Pert Em Heru is written. Let's have a look now. We're going to zoom in. There it is. That's right there. So I'm just going to cut that and then show you the Medunetta transcript. And it's just right there, Pert Em Heru. You will notice that the hieroglyph is slightly different. It's because it's cursive hieroglyph. Remember, I told you I would show you Het Kapta. Let's go. Page 438. Check out the Medunetta for Het Kapta. Underneath, we have the translation. That's line 7. There it is. Now, on the previous page, it tells us that it's on plate 15. So let's bring it up. There it is. And we're going to zoom in. That's the one there. It's not that clear. So we look at another page. That's 490. Here's the Medunetta once again. It tells us that it's on plate 19. So that's plate 19 right there. We're going to zoom in. And there we go. It looks slightly better. Here's a close-up. And you can see that it's made up of sign Q3X1, V28, D28, and O49. Now you definitely know the origin of the word Egypt. Now we're going to move on to something else. Let's deal with the word pharaoh. It doesn't mean king, it means house. On the left, you have Sultan, the original name that our ancestors used to describe a king. And on the right, you have the pharaoh symbols, the hieroglyphic signs. So it's all broken down to you, as well as Sultan, with the Gardner list numbers if you want to take it further. Now on page 459, that's plate 16, you can see the word Sultan and you have the translation. We're looking at line 6 right there. I am crowned upon my throne like the king of the gods. Now you do have the sign there, and also the 3 hatchets. They're not flag, they're actually hatchets. That's a symbol for Neteru. If you have one, then that's Neter. Okay, it's clear there in the middle. Another one that might be of interest to you. That's page 352, plate 2. We're looking at line 8. Homage to the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That probably reminds you of something. Yes, Revelations 19:16. You have King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Also, Revelation 17:14, Lord of Lords and King of Kings. Let's move on. In this edition of the Pert Em Heru from the same author, we can see how to pronounce the word for praise and adoration, which is toi, there on page 8. And then underneath you have it again, toi, adoration. Now you can see that in the edition that we're dealing with on several pages. First, you have page 339. There, line 1, hymn of praise to Ra. You also have it on page 342. There again, praise to Ra. Page 347. And also on page 487. On page 496. And finally on page 511. So praise, adoration, toi. Praise of Ra, toi, Ra. Doesn't that sound like something you heard before? Think harder. There it is. Now it might just be a coincidence, who knows? But I just wanted to show you that. Let's move on. You can look up the legend of the destruction of humanity, otherwise called the Book of the Celestial Cow or Book of the Heavenly Cow. Could be another coincidence. just like those names, Thutmose, Kamos, Amos, Amenmos. Next, Papyrus Dobiones at the British Museum. Compare the tale of two brothers with Genesis 39, verse 6 onwards. You have fun. Famine stela of King Josiah around 2600 BCE. In a period of 7 years, grain was corn, compared with Genesis 41, verse 30, and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. Papyrus Leiden in Holland between 1800 and 1600 BCE. Now, even if Moses existed, he wasn't even born yet. Chapter 2, line 10. Indeed, the river is blood. Exodus 7:20. The waters that were in the river were turned to blood. There's plenty of other so-called coincidences. Let's deal with them. Chapter 2, blood is everywhere. Exodus 7:21. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Chapter 2, men shrink from human beings and thirst after water. Exodus 7:24. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink. Chapter 2, he who places his brother in the ground is everywhere. Exodus 12:30. There was not a house where there was not one dead. Now, probably the most famous papyrus in the world, plate 31 and 32 of the Pert M. Heru, the Papyrus of Ani, commonly called Negative Confessions, Admonitions of Ma'at, Declaration of Innocence, or Principles of Ma'at. We're going to have a look. It's on page 576 that is translated. Right now, we are going to compare the laws of Ma'at with the 10 Commandments. Let's have a look. Page 576, like I said, from the translation. Negative Confession number 27, I have not blasphemed. Exodus 20, verse 7, you shall not misuse the name of the Lord. Negative Confession number 24, I have not transgressed the law. Exodus 20, verse 8, remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. Negative Confession number 4, I have not slain men and women. Verse 13, you shall not murder. Negative Confession number 3, I have not stolen. Exodus 20, verse 15, you shall not steal. Negative Confession number 8 and 18 respectively, I have not uttered lies, I have slandered no man. Verse 16, you shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. 20 and 21, I have not debauched the wife of any man. Verse 17, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Hopefully you will forgive me if the quality is not so great. You're supposed to see it all right there in full screen.
Voici une box HelloFresh, avec tout ce qu'il vous faut pour cuisiner ces ingrédients en délicieux
mode. Also, let me avoid any confusion. If you see the Bible quote, you're supposed to see it all right there in full screen mode. Also, let me avoid any confusion. If you see the Bible quoted, it doesn't mean that I believe in it. I'm the type of person who pay attention to the original, not the copy. And even though most people go the other way around, that's because they do not know any better. Some people might tell you, look, the ancient Egyptians worshipped the sun, and so on. You just quote Psalm 84, verse 11. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. Hopefully they'll leave you alone, because either they go by the book or they shouldn't tell you anything at all. You cannot just pick and choose what suits you. Let's move on. Now I have to do this, especially for those who don't know. They keep repeating lies, so we have to keep saying the truth. The race of the ancient Egyptians. Now, Herodotus, nicknamed the father of history, he lived way after Kemet was finally invaded, which was around 600 BC. He was there 200 years later, more or less. And still at that time, he said, thirdly, it is certain that the natives of the country are black with the heat. And in saying that the dove was black, they indicate that the woman was Egyptian. It goes on to say, The Egyptians said they believed that the Colchians were a portion of the army of Sesostris. That this was so, I conjectured myself, not only because they are dark-skinned and have curly hair. And he used the word olotrikes for nappy hair. That's just in case they say that, it's a bad translation. Next, we have Aristotle, who lived 100 years after Herodotus. He says, those who are too black are cowards, like, for instance, the Egyptians and Ethiopians. He used the words agon melanes, which is Greek for excessively black. Once again, in case they try to pull that wrong translation thing. Next, Volney. He was speaking about the Copts. What a subject for meditation to see the present barbarism and ignorance of the Copts, descendants of the alliance between the profound genius of the Egyptians and the brilliant mind of the Greeks. Just to think that this race of black men, today our slave and the object of our scorn, is the very race to which we owe our art, science, and even the use of speech. Next, Champollion. You might have heard that name before. That's because he is the first European to decipher the hieroglyphs, thanks to the Rosetta Stone, which is in the British Museum. Now, he was writing to his brother, and he said, we find there Egyptians and Africans represented in the same way, which could not be otherwise. Now, I'm going to show you what he was describing. That's a painting from the tomb of Seti I. It represents the races of men as known by the ancient Egyptians. As you can see, it is greatly damaged and it doesn't look natural to me. I think some stuff were bothering them they didn't want us to know, because not only you have the image, but also you have the Meduneta, the hieroglyph, which describes the scene. But anyway, there is that drawing there, which is supposed to represent what I just shown, and it suits them because they're trying to say that the darker complexion is a Sudanese and then the one on the right is an Egyptian. But it's not the only place where they have shown the races of men as known to them. And Champollion actually talks about this in the letter to his brother. For example, there's the tomb of Ramesses III, and there's a German archaeologist called Lepsius who has made a drawing to depict that. Now, before I read it, I want to let you know that Cheikh Anta Diop actually used that image for the cover of his book Nation Nègre et Culture, which is the French equivalent to African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality. Now, what is written says, this painting from the tomb of Ramesses III, 1200 BC, shows that the Egyptians saw themselves as black and painted themselves as such without possible confusion with the Indo-Europeans, Caucasoids, or the Semites. It is a representation of the races in their most minute differences, which ensures the accuracy of the colors. Throughout their entire history, the Egyptians never entertained the fantasy of portraying themselves by types B or D. Now, A is the Egyptian seen by himself, black type. B is the Indo-European, C the other blacks in Africa, and D the Semite. Now, I do not know if that description is actually on Lepsius' book because I haven't read it and I haven't seen it. But I know for a fact that the image is, because Job has made the references in his book, okay? Now, keeping with the topic, race and color, I want to address the red thing there. I know they're throwing that a lot. You need to understand that 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, people didn't just walk to a shop and say, hello, sir, can I please have some black paint? Thank you. No, it didn't work like that. What they had to do is use the nature to come up with the coloring, okay? And one thing is the red ochre that was abundant over there. And I'm going to give references for you to see. And I'm going to show you even more. Let's have a look. Life and Death in Ancient Egypt by Sigrid Hedel-Hoeneß, page 19. Red was produced almost exclusively from natural iron oxides abundant in Egypt. Egypt Revisited by Ivan van Sertima, page 53. Ancient Egyptians. The dark red race myth. The myth of the Egyptians belonging to the so-called dark red race was created in the early 19th century and continues to be perpetuated by modern scholars and laymen. This premise is based primarily upon the color generally used to depict the ancient Egyptians on wall and papyrus paintings and statues. I am of the opinion, similarly expressed by the late Senegalese scholar Sheikh Anta Diop, that there was no such thing as a dark red race. This hue, in fact, was also used in a symbolic context. Now look at these sisters from Namibia. They are from the Himba tribe. They are covered in red. There's another one who is covered from head to toe, the whole body. You also have that in Kenya. You can see it there. And just in case you want to say it's only sisters so far, there's a brother. So you can get an idea. A few centuries from now, they probably say, look, those people in Namibia, they were not black, they were not African, they were of a red race. They came from, I don't know, who knows, they probably say Asia or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They probably say they were mixed race and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, compare the crown with the hairstyle.
Awesome screen, awesome camera, long-lasting battery life.
Nefertiti, that's her real face. I know you're used to this one, but that one is fake. It's anonymous. I recommend to the sisters not to wear it. Here's a close-up. Compare the braid on that brother there with Akhenaten's daughter. Compare Tutankhamun's necklace with this sister from Kenya. Check out the colors. Compare the shape of Akhenaten's head with this brother from Rwanda. Another Himba sister from Namibia, and Akhenaten's daughter on the right. Look at the top of the hair. Watch carefully. Another Tutsi brother. He's not the same as before, but obviously the hairstyle is similar. You can compare that with the blue crown. Have a look at Akhenaten's mother. This is Khufu. Djoser. You can see they didn't like his nose. Mentuhotep. No, this is not a fez. Taharqa. Akhenaten lived around 1300 BCE. David, if he existed, lived around 1000 BCE. That's 300 years apart. Akhenaten was there 3 centuries before David, if he existed. I'm going to show you a case of plagiarism. Some might say it's just a coincidence. What you are looking at is the hymn to Aten, otherwise called the Great Hymn to Aten. Now, Aten is the god that Akhenaten was worshiping. Don't want to go through the whole story because it's available, but this was found in Armana. The original name was Akhet Aten, which means the horizon of Aten. That sounds similar to Akhenaten's name. Now, what I'm about to do is compare the hymn to Aten with Psalm 104. And I will only say the verses because it's all in the same chapter, which is, once again, Psalm 104. Hymn to Aten. When you set in the western horizon of the sky, the earth is in darkness. Verse 20. You bring on darkness and night falls. Hymn to Aten. Every lion comes forth from his den. Verse 21. The young lion roar after their prey. Hymn to Aten. At daybreak, when thou arisest on the horizon. Verse 22. The sun ariseth. Hymn to Aten. All the world, they do their work. Verse 23. And man goes out to work. Hymn to Aten. Trees and plants are flourishing. Verse 16. The trees of the Lord are full of sap. Hymn to Aten. The birds which fly from their nests. Verse 12. Beside them the birds of the heaven dwell. Hymn to Aten. The ships are sailing north and south as well. Verse 26. There go the ships. Hymn to Aten. Who giveth breath to sustain all that he has made. Verse 29. When you take away their breath, they die. Him to Aten, you supply his necessities. Verse 28. That thou givest them, they gather. Him to Aten, how manifold it is what thou hast made. Verse 24. O Lord, how manifold are thy works. Him to Aten, for thou hast set a Nile in heaven, that it may descend for them and make waves upon the mountains. Verse 13. He waters the hills from his upper chambers. Him to Aten, thou makest the seasons in order to rear all that thou hast made, the winter to cool them, and the heat that they may taste thee. Verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knows it's going down. Now, what is the most common symbol when you think of justice? Most of the time, that's a woman who is usually blindfolded with a scale. Now, look at plate 3 from the Papyrus of Ani, which is once again in the British Museum. In the middle, you have a scale. On the left of the scale, whoever is being judged, that's his heart inside of that vase. On the right, you have the feather of Ma'at, which is the Neter, the goddess of truth, justice, reciprocity, and so on. So once again, a feminine principle, okay? When you think of a jury, you think of a tribunal. There's 12 people who make up the jury. Now let's look on the top. You have 12 people on the top, okay? Just above the scale of justice. This, some people might say it's just a coincidence once again, but I don't care. This is a fact, and you can just make up whatever you want of it. But just be reminded that this is about 3,000 years old, okay? Let's move on. Now, what you are looking at is the Dendera Zodiac, located in the Louvre Museum in France. It was originally in Kemet. It represents the stars, and because of the presentation format, you might not be able to see it in details, but if you put Dendera Zodiac on search engines, you should see some better representations. It's the oldest zodiac known, the oldest circular zodiac known. Some of you might have heard about a mention of Israel in an ancient Egyptian document. They are talking about the Merneptah stele, erroneously called the Israel stele. It's in Egypt, in the Cairo Museum. Now, I'm going to show you the line, the part that they claim means Israel. Okay, on the actual stele, you read it from right to left, but for clarity's sake, you're going to see it underneath from left to right. So what I've done, right, because it's a bit technical there, is for those who want to take it further and maybe learn the hieroglyphs, the Meduneter, I have put the meaning of each symbols, and underneath I have put their number according to the cardinal list, okay? So then you basically have a breakdown of the meaning of that actual part. It's not the whole sentence, but that's the part that we are interested in. Some of those symbols, you probably notice that there is no description, like no translations, because it doesn't actually mean a letter. It's just to give a better definition. You know, it's an ideogram, that's what it is, okay? But basically what it spells is Isri-ar or Isrir, okay? And that's how it's spelled most of the time, okay? And another thing that's important, the last symbols is a man and a woman, and underneath you have the 3 strokes for the plural. So that tells you that it's talking about people, not an actual place. So it's talking about people. So saying that it means Israel is wrong, definitely, okay? So if anybody is trying to throw that at you, then you know how to get back at them, all right? That's very important because there's so many misconceptions. And the funny thing as well is that they are always trying to use, I mean, when it comes to archaeology, you know, and they try to have some legitimacy, they always have to go to the Egyptian documents. You understand? Anyway, Let's move on. Now, I think you would find this interesting. Daily Life of the Ancient Egyptians by Bob Brier, page 235. Egyptian woman gave birth sitting down so gravity assisted the baby's exit, permitting less forceful contractions. Doctors probably did not assist at childbirth. That's what it probably looked like at the time. Then we are told how they will find out the gender of the child. On the same page, he goes on to say, the woman urinated on 2 test patches of emmer and barley seeds for several days. If either grew, she was pregnant. If only the barley sprouted, she would have a boy. If only the emmer, it would be a girl. Okay, soon I will show some visuals, but before that, I want you to see once again how they have copied some writings from our ancestors and it ended up in the Bible. What we're going to deal with is Amenemope, who lived between 1290 and 1190 BCE. That was in during the 19th dynasty, and his writings are in the British Museum. It's called the Amenemope Papyrus, and it's dated around 1000 BCE. We're going to compare that with the Proverbs, and Solomon is the alleged author of the Proverbs. He lived around 950 BCE. So you can clearly see that Amenemope was around way before that. Okay. Now, Amenemope's instructions, chapter 1. Give your ears and hear what is said. Proverbs 22:17. Bow down thine ear and hear the words of the wise. Amenemope, chapter 1. Give your mind over to their interpretation. It is profitable to put them in your heart. Proverbs 22:17. And apply thine heart unto my knowledge. Amenemope, chapter 6. Do not displace the surveyor's marker on the boundaries of the arable land. Proverbs 23:10. Remove not the old landmark and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. Amenemope, chapter 7. If riches come to you by theft, they will not spend the night with you. They have made themselves wings like geese, and they fly up to the sky. Proverbs 23:5. Whilst thou set thine eyes upon that which is not, for riches certainly make themselves wings, they fly away as an eagle toward heaven. Amenemope, chapter 9. Do not fraternize with the hot-tempered man, nor approach him to converse. Proverbs 22:24. Make no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man thou shalt not go. Amenemope, chapter 10. God hates one who falsifies words. His great abomination is duplicity. Proverbs 12:22. Lying lips are abomination to the Lord, but they that deal truly are his delight. Amenemope in chapter 11. Do not covet the property of the dependent. Proverbs 22:22. Rob not the poor, because he is poor. Amenemope, chapter 13. Better it is to be praised as one loved by men than wealth in the storehouse. Proverbs 22:1. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. Amenemope, chapter 17. Make not for yourself a measure of 2 capacities. Proverbs 20:23. Divers weights are an abomination unto the Lord, and a false balance is not good. Amenemope, chapter 21. Do not circulate your words to others, nor fraternize with one who is too candid. Proverbs 20:19. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Therefore meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. Now there's a bit left. I will still quote the Proverbs, but those parts coming are copied from the wisdom of Ptahhotep. He lived around 2400 BCE. There's 2 fragments in the British Museum, and there's a Price Papyrus in France, written between 2000 and 1600 BCE. They are basically copies of earlier writings. And remember that Solomon, if he existed, lived around 950 BCE. Ptahhotep wisdom. Don't be proud of your knowledge. Consult the ignorant and the wise. Proverbs 1:5. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. Ptahhotep wisdom. If you meet a disputant in action, you will make your worth exceed by silence. Proverbs 17:14. The beginning of strife is as when one letteth out water. Therefore, leave off contention before it be meddled with. Ptahhotep wisdom. If you are one among guests at a table of one greater than you, look at what is before you. Proverbs 23:1. When thou sittest to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before thee. Last one. Ptahhotep wisdom. Do not boast at your neighbor's side. One has great respect for the silent man. Proverbs 17:28. A fool, when he holdeth his peace, is counted wise, and he that shutteth his lips is esteemed a man of understanding.
Awesome screen, awesome camera, long lasting battery life. Awesome screen, awesome camera, long.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So let's have a look at a few. We're going straight to Giza. Now I know you know this, you saw this. Check out Orion. That's Orion's belt. Did you know that it was a line? And the pyramids, they're the oldest and the only remaining of the 7 wonders of the world. I'm not surprised they had to come up with the new wonders of the world. Now, leaving Giza, let's have a look at Saqqara. That's the step pyramid of Djoser, designed by Imhotep. You can see that was a long time ago. What you're seeing right now is Djoser's complex. This is Khufu's boat. It's quite large and still in good shape. Okay. Now, leaving Saqqara, let's have a look at Akhetaten. There's not much left. It was built only in 5 years, and it was abandoned 3,000 years ago. That was Akhenaten city, but there still remains. Leaving Akhetaten, let's have a look at Abydos. This is Seti the first temple, and that's inside. Now, leaving Abydos, we're having a look at Dendera. Here's a complex, another view. This is Heteru's temple, Hathor. Okay, leaving Dendera. Let's have a look at Luxor, probably the most famous place, especially for tourists. Looks lovely, doesn't it? That's the Hypostyle Hall, sorry. You see, there's one obelisk missing. It's because it was taken to Paris in France. Leaving Luxor, having a look at Edfu. That's the rear view. Okay. Now we're going to have a look at Kom Umbo. And Philae. It's very important that you see this. You know, when we talk about our history, it's backed up by archaeology, amongst all the other things that are all over the world in museums. It is still over there. Abu Simbel, a very lovely one as well. Very, very, very nice. Ramesu II. Okay, that was just a quick overview. There's so much more to see. This is actually in Sudan, in Merowe. That's a temple for Ammon, to Ammon, and that's a few of the pyramids that are over there. This shows what we came from and what we got to. That's the first Trinity, Heru, Osar, and Aset. I want to thank my brothers and sisters who are down with Kemet, who are down with Africa, Afuraka, who represent. And it might sound funny, but most of the people that I am thanking, I do not know them. We are scattered all over the world, and we are trying to our best to open our people's eyes. I want to let you know that I know how it feels when your family and your friends and people around you take you for granted, do not take you seriously, might even try to, ridicule you, laugh at you, imply that you are almost crazy because you are not trapped into a belief system like most our people do. Okay. I really know how it feels. I want you to stay strong. I know it's easier said than done, but I feel like telling you that. I know, I mean, normally for us, life is hard anyway. But when you do not follow the status quo, then it's even harder, obviously. So thank you for the job you're doing. Most of you are doing it online. Also, you try to do it, with the people you know. But once again, when people know you, they take you for granted. It's a shame, but that's the way it is most of the time. Okay. Now, I hope that you liked what you saw so far, and I hope also that you are going to understand that, as the title says, it's an introduction to Kemet, just an introduction. We're talking like about an empire that lasted well over 3,000 years, and that's a dynastic period. Also, I would like you to not let anybody keep on lying about our ancestors, about this slavery myth in Kemet, about this alleged enslavement of the Hebrews, because this is all fiction, as history and archaeology shows us. It is really sad when we think about them. They lived good, they did good, they didn't go and assault people for no reasonable reason. They were defending themselves because they used to be attacked. Okay. But there's no comparison, you know, with the way that they used to live and the way that the others used to live. And then today, centuries later, we are basically cursing them. It's a very sad thing. Now, for all those of you who have, well, we might call it belief or spirituality, just think about it. The same ancestors who laid down a foundation for you, then today you see them as evil people who enslaved and did so many horrible things. And it's wrong, it's false, it's not true, it's fictional. Yet you do not seem to have much condemnation for the people who really enslaved us and did so many horrible things, and who, for the most part, are still doing it. You need to be fair. Okay? And really, we are so lucky that all these things have remained, that you can get all around the world and see the reliefs, see the writing, the Medu Neter, the hieroglyph on papyrus, on walls, paintings, And not only those who are all around the world, but also those who are still, those that are still in Camp 8. And you are probably aware that a lot of writings and statues and such are being chiseled out, destroyed. I mean, it's just a good thing to share the information, fair play, but I would like to take it to another level. And I cannot do that by myself. And really, as far as I'm concerned, there is no proper foundation in falsehood. See, I hear a lot of talk about quote unquote unity, many times coming from some of us who are into what's called the three major belief system. Because at the end of the day, they kind of have the same patriarchs and the same prophets. We have ancestors who have written literature way before those people, and we happen to find out that they have been copied, but yet we do not call them prophets, our own ancestors. We take the copies and we consider it holy as a people. You understand what I'm saying? But not the writings of our ancestors. I would like to say that as a people, we should be humble and realize when we are wrong. But most of us don't, because we have spent so many years into a belief system. We just do not want to take another route. And then at the same time, we're going to claim to be open-minded. Come on. You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, asante sana, meda ACP. Thanks to the Neteru.
Hotep, Senu, Hena, Senut, Iti, Ren-I, Shakandugu Kemet. Greetings to all. First of all, I want to state for the record that I am not a linguist. I'm not claiming to be, and I have not claimed to be one in the past. All I'm going to do is to show some similarities, as I see it, between the Arabic and the Coptic by way of Medu Necher. So, here you have a chart showing you the hieroglyphic, the hieratic, the Demotic, and the Coptic.
Si vous gérez une équipe, vous devez essayer Monday.com. Monday.com est une plateforme qui vous...
The source for this chart is a book entitled Egyptian Coptic Linguistics in Typological Perspective, page 85. Now, I think the title is a bit longer, but for the sake of space and clarity, I have shortened it that way. So it's page 85. And this book is by Eitan Grossman, Martin Haspelmath, Tonio Sebastian Richer. Those three individuals are the editors. So, for those who don't know, the Coptic is the latest phase of the Egyptian language, or the Medu Necher. So here we have the God in the sign list. I've addressed that before, so I will not dwell on that. And you have the different symbols. So when you look at the Coptic, here at the bottom left corner, on the bottom left corner, you have the Coptic Shai. It's a sh sound. And this symbol here, the S with that little thing on top of it, is the word, I'm sorry, is the symbol used for the transliteration of the sh sound. And by the way, for the record, this glyph here, this medu here, or med, this medu necher word here is the sha sound. So we have the sh, okay? And in the Coptic there, it is a bit small here, but here you have a larger a larger letter, Coptic letter. In parentheses here, you can see that same symbol, which stands for the sh sound. Okay. So next to it, at the bottom, in the middle, you have the Arabic sin, which is the S sound. And I'm only showing this because it's not the exact same sound. The sh and the S or s is not the same sound. I'm only showing this because on the right, bottom right corner, you have the Arabic shin, which is the sh sound. The only difference between the sin and the shin are those 3 dots that you see here above the sin. When you have those 3 dots above the sin, it gives you the sh sound. It is the letter shin. So we can see that from the Medu Necher, we first had a hieroglyphic symbol standing for the sha sound. Then it moved to the hieratic. And when you look at the hieratic there,
the high ground. There is no substitute. The high ground is where vulnerabilities are reinforced or exploited. Time and again, whoever owns the high ground, the best intel, wins. Know what they want, know what they can do, know where you stand. The CrowdStrike 2021 Global Threat Report is here. Take the high ground. Download the report today.
Le programme Google Atelier Numérique propose plus de 25 cours en ligne gratuits, des webinaires interactifs et du coaching personnalisé. Inscrivez-vous et commencez dès aujourd'hui avec Google Atelier Numérique.
and the Coptic. Now, this is a small version here. Well, this is very small here. But when you look at the Coptic Shai and the hieratic for the M8 glyph, we can definitely see a similarity. And when we compare the Coptic Shai, the shape of the symbol or the letter is similar to the shape of the Arabic sin / shin. So we have a similarity in the shape of the letter, and also it stands for the same sound, the sh sound. That was one example. Now, second example. We have still the same chart from the same book, page 85. So God and the sign is I9, which is the horned viper. And for those who take the classes or those who have tried to learn the Medu Necher by themselves, it stands for the sound F, the F sound. And by the way, on the top right corner, you have a full hieroglyphic sign list. So from that snake or viper in hieroglyphic, we have the hieratic, then the Demotic, and finally the Coptic. Now, if you compare the hieratic shape, which you have there on the bottom left for the F sound, it is quite close to the Arabic fa. Okay, and the Arabic fa is the F sound, the f. Now, you don't have a complete circle there. It's not a complete round shape for the Hariatic, but nevertheless, the shape is similar and the sound is the same. Understand, right from the beginning of the video, I told you, I'm merely showing similarities. I'm not saying that these Arabic letters definitely come from the Coptic or the Medu Neter. I am merely showing similarities. If you want further advices, I suggest that you ask some linguists to get their opinion. That was the second example. And now, third example. This time, the source for the chart is different. It's from a work or book. It's actually a PDF called Coptic Language by Father Krylos Makar, or you can just simply type Krylos Makar. Father is, of course, a title. So you have.
This is Dave. He's trying to learn a language the traditional way.
The Coptic letter Hori. From the hieroglyphic, you have this symbol here, which stands for the H sound, what I normally refer to as a strong H. It's the same H that you have in Hotep, the same H that you have in Ptah. So we have the Hariatic and the Demotic. And there we have the Coptic. So at the bottom of the page on the left, if you look at the Coptic Hori, which is the H sound, and in parentheses, you have a H with a dot underneath, is the way to transliterate that strong H sound. And if you look at the bottom right, you have the Arabic Ha, which also stands for the same sound, that strong H. If you look at the letters, the Coptic letter and the Arabic letters, they are not, of course, exactly the same. But I think it's fair to say that there is some similarity in the shape of the letter, and the fact that it stands for the same sound, I think is interesting. So those were three examples, and here is a recap of the similarities between Arabic and Coptic by way of Medu Neter. We start from the hieroglyphic Sha, then we have the Hariatic, then the Demotic, then the Coptic Shai, the Arabic Sin, and the Arabic Shin. For the F sound, we have the hieroglyphic horned viper, the Hariatic, the Demotic, the Coptic, and the Arabic. And finally, we have the hieroglyphic H sound, the strong H, once again, the same H as in Hotep. Then we have the Hariatic, the Demotic, the Coptic, and the Arabic. This is what I wanted to share with you all today. Let me see. Yes. For those who don't know, I do give Medu Neter classes. For those who are interested, it will be, the link will be in the description section. So if you're interested in learning this language, then feel free. You have some testimonials already, and you can listen to them. In the meantime, I want to thank everybody for the appreciation and the support. I've noticed that the count views of my videos was stuck at times. It is what it is.
Voici une box HelloFresh, avec tout ce qu'il vous faut pour cuisiner ces ingrédients en délicieux repas frais, faciles et faits maison. Commandez en un clic de votre canapé. Que vous souhaitiez cuisiner des repas rapides et faciles.
So many users and so many videos, algorithm. I'm not making any accusations. I can understand that with the databases and so on, some malfunctions can happen. But once again, do well, stay safe, stay healthy. And if I am allowed to, by the nature, I would definitely holler back at you.
Hotep Senu Hena Senut, Itiren Ishakandugu Kemet. Welcome. Now, first of all, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, please. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, brothers and sisters. Press 9 if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. It's okay. Can you hear me? That's good. That's good. That's beautiful. All right. So today's topic, well, we get to talk about anything you like. Thank you, Medjai. Thank you, Anuket. But the main thing is, how old is Arabic? We're going to deal with that. I'm about to share my screen. Prepared a few quotes from specialists. So we're going to deal with that. And after that, I will go through the comments. So feel free if you have any questions or any comments you would like to make. If you agree or disagree with anything that I said yesterday or a year ago or a month ago, it's up to you, you know. And if you want to show some love, show some love. You know, I don't mind, you know. I don't mind people saying that they appreciate my work. And also, if you want to make a donation, then feel free. You have the PayPal there, you have the Cash App as well. But anyway, let me share the screen and let's deal with how old is Arabic. It appears to be a bit small. And well, okay, let's deal with it. And I might as well use the pen. I've noticed that the quality on my end, at least, is not that great, but sometimes after the live stream, it gets better. So this author, this scholar, actually, this doctor, this PhD is called Aaron Rubin, as you can see here. So we have a short biography here, and this is not taken from my own imagination. You have the source there at the bottom there, okay? This is actually this College of the Liberal Arts, Penn State. They wrote that Professor Rubin teaches courses on biblical Hebrew, biblical literature, and when in demand, Arabic, Aramaic, comparative Semitic, comparative Semitic, and Yiddish. He conducts research and has published on all periods of Hebrew, Aramaic, modern South Arabian, Ethiopic, comparative Semitic linguistics, and Jewish languages. Okay? And when it comes to his education details, as you can see at the bottom there, we're told that he got his Bachelor of Arts from the University of Pennsylvania, linguistics, okay, 1998. Masters from the same university in linguistics, and PhD from Harvard. Attention, 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 va là-bas. And his PhD from Harvard University. And the field is Near Eastern Languages and Civilization. Okay? So, this is his book entitled A Brief Introduction to the Semitic Languages. I'm quoting page 11. I will start here. Actually, I'm going to start here. Arabic is not a single linguistic entity, and we can distinguish different types of Arabic both chronologically and geographically. First, we must distinguish Arabic from what is known as ancient North Arabian. We have a chart with Proto-Arabic, then Arabic on the left, and ancient North Arabian on the right. And I'm continuing here. Ancient North Arabian is a cover term for several closely related dialects that are attested in inscriptions found mainly in the territories that are now Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, and that date from about the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE. The names of these dialects include Taimanitic, Dadanitic, Dumaitic, Safaitic, Ismaic, Hassaitic, and Thamadic. Ancient North Arabian is attested about a millennium before Arabic, but none of these dialects are the ancestor of Arabic. Ancient North Arabian should be considered distinct from, though closely related to, language that will become Classical Arabic. For Arabic proper, we can distinguish several periods. Old Arabic designates the language of Arabic inscriptions from about the 3rd to the 7th century CE, that is until the Islamic period. Old Arabic is relatively sparsely attested and is found written in a variety of scripts. Classical Arabic refers to the variety of the written language that was standardized by the 8th century CE, based on the Quran and other pre-Islamic poetry. This has essentially remained the literary standard since, at least in terms of its grammar. Modern Standard Arabic, in Arabic Fusha, is essentially a modernized version of Classical Arabic that began to take shape in the 19th century. Not surprisingly, Modern Standard Arabic differs most from Classical Arabic in its lexicon. Though there are some minor differences, I need to change the screen to read the rest. Minor differences in grammar. Modern Standard Arabic is the official language of the 22 Arab nations. It is the language of education, mass media, formal writing, and is used as a lingua franca across the Arab world. So that was page 11. Now, this is page 13 of the same book. We're dealing with Sayhadic, which is Old South Arabian. The Sayhadic group, also called Old South Arabian, Ancient South Arabian, or Epigraphic South Arabian, includes 4 languages or dialects: Sabaic or Sabian, Minaic or Minian, Katabanic or Katabanian, and Hadramitic. These designations are based on those used by the Greek scholar Eratosthenes in his Geography, late 3rd century BCE. For the 4 main peoples who inhabited the area of southern Arabia, corresponding roughly to what is now Yemen. See the edition of Roller 2010. The term Sayhadic derives from Sayhad, the name that medieval Arabic geographers gave to the Yemeni desert
area now called Ramlat, as-Sabai Tain, at the fringe of which the speaker of these languages have their major cities. Sai-Haïdic is not yet a widely used term, but it is preferable to the other possibilities since it avoids any misleading connection with the term Arabic, ancient North Arabian, and modern South Arabian. It also allows the possibility of distinguishing Sabaic, Minaic, Katabanic, and Hadramitic from the rare and very poorly understood other epigraphic languages that seem to have existed in ancient South Arabia. The approximate dates of written attestation for the Sai-Haïdic languages are as follows. We're going to get into dates. This is page 14, same book. We have first Sabaic circa 1000 BCE to 560 CE. We have Minaic circa 1000 BCE to 120 BC. Katabanic circa 700 BCE to 200 CE. And Hadramitic circa 700 BCE to 300 CE. So the oldest that we have so far is Sabaic circa 1000 BCE. Okay? Yesterday I had a nice conversation with our brother, Asiatic Lion or Afro-Asiatic, and he told us that the Arabic goes back to 3000 BC. And there was a progression in our discussion. We talk about many different topics. I was talking about the fact that Elijah Muhammad stated, he claimed, he said, he taught, that's his teaching, that as Pharaoh, the Pharaoh of the Exodus, as he drowned, as he was about to die, he said Allahu Akbar. And my stance is that at the time of the Pharaoh of the Exodus, no matter who he is, because Pharaoh is not a name, it's a title, but the Exodus story must have happened between 1500 to 1300 BCE. During that time period, the Arabic language was not in existence. That's my stance. Now we're looking at the different dates. But that's not the only quote that I have for you. Before I quote from the book, let's have a look at the next author, Sabatino Moscati. This is an article from the New York Times. We are told that this linguist died at 74 years old. You have the name of the author of this article, and you have the date also. And you even have the full link at the bottom. Now, I'm aware you will not be able to copy and paste that link, but you don't need to copy and paste that link. You only need to put that title, and you will surely find it on any search engine. Sabatino Moscati, an expert on Semitic languages, whose work as an archaeologist led him to champion the influence of Semitic people like the Phoenicians on the development of European culture, died at his home here on Monday. He was 74. Though known in scholarly circles for his observations and learned studies of their results, he was also a popularizer, publishing numerous books and newspaper articles for a broad readership. In 1985, he founded Archeo, a popular archaeological magazine. Born in Rome, Professor Moscati was educated here in Semitic languages, including Arabic and Ancient Hebrew. He taught briefly in Florence and Naples, Napoli, in Italian it's Napoli. I'm not sure how you pronounce that in English. In French, we pronounce it without the S. But anyway, I digress. You probably say Naples or Naples in English. Before assuming the chair of Semitic philology at Rome University in 1954, he was later named professor of Hebrew and comparative Semitic languages. Beginning in the late 1940s, Professor Moscati was a regular contributor to several my bad. contributed to several Italian encyclopedias. In 1948, in an effort to purge their pages of the effects of fascism, he contributed articles on anti-Semitism and the Jews, in which he traced for Italians the history of the Holocaust, including the deportation to the death camps of the Jews from the ghetto of Rome. Finally, that's the last bit of quoting from the article. It's not the entirety of the article, but you have the title, so you'll be able to find it, like I said. Though he was a master linguist, Professor Moscati's passion for archaeology was aroused in 1957 when he was coaxed while visiting Israel into taking part in excavations to unearth the remains of a fortress of the king of Judah at Ramat Rahel near Jerusalem that dated from the 8th century BC. Numerous excavations followed, largely to trace the powerful influence of the Phoenicians and the Punic cultures of North Africa from their Middle Eastern origins on the Lebanese coast to the Western Mediterranean, leading Professor Moscati to say often that his life work followed the path of the sun. So it looks like he was not a little homie in his field, to say the least. It looks like he was more than qualified. Now I'm quoting from the book entitled An Introduction to the Comparative Grammar of the Semitic Languages, Phonology and Morphology. That's page 14. You can see that Sabatino Moscati is the editor as well as a contributor. And then you have the name of all those different contributors, all those different other scholars. So now, the Semitic languages, page 14 once again. And don't mind what is highlighted. Ancient or Epigraphic South Arabian, ESA, for whose independent position, cf. the remarks in 4.1, is the language of the inscriptions of the ancient Southwest Arabian city-states. Their dates range from the 8th century BC. This is subject to considerable current controversy, cf. the studies of J. Irene, to the 6th century AD. The following dialects corresponding to the regions of the principal states are being distinguished. Now, let's continue. But remember, their dates range from the 8th century BCE. See? So, Sabaean, Minayan, Katabanian, Hadrami, Ausanian. Then, pre-classical North Arabic is the language embodied in a series of inscriptions which may be dated between the 5th century BC and to the 4th century AD. Okay? So, the oldest period so far is 8th century BC, 800 BC. Okay? And I'm not sure if we will have any older dates, so you can read the rest, you can pause it, you can go back to it. So far, we have 800 BC. This time, I'm quoting from a book entitled Language Processing and Acquisition in Languages of Semitic Root-Based Morphology. And the book is by Joseph Shimron. I'm quoting on page 3, but for the record, as you can see here, that book costs $195. So the quote says, among the South Semitic languages is South Arabian, a language attested first by inscriptions of South Arabia from the 8th century BCE to the 6th century BCE. So once again, the oldest date that we have is the 8th century BC, 800 BC. And Let me check if it's the last quote. The one before last. This time I'm quoting from a book entitled Semitic Languages, Outline of the Comparative Grammar, page 71, by Edward Lipinski. We start here. Lihyanite is a local dialect of the oasis of Al-Ula, ancient Dedan, that had its own king in the 6th/5th century BC. Lihyanite should not be distinguished, as it seems, from the language of the so-called Dedanite inscriptions, which antedate the period when Dedan was the residence of a Persian governor in the 5th century BC. Then, from the 4th century BC to the 1st century BC, the oasis was the capital of the kingdom of Lihyan, which for nearly 2 centuries was home to a colony of Minayan tradesmen from South Arabia. Dedan and the neighboring site of Al-Hijr were occupied in circa 25 BC by the Nabatean kingdom. The Lihyanite is represented by a series of graffiti and of mainly monumental inscriptions engraved in a variety of the South Arabian script. Nabatean Arabic is represented by a few inscriptions in Aramaic script that testify to the evolution of the language, while the case endings of the nouns are still used correctly in the bilingual Aramaic-Arabic of Oboda, dated circa 100 AD. There was no longer a fully functioning case system in the 3rd and 4th century AD, as appears from the inscriptions of Hedra and An-Namara. Now, An-Namara, I told you about this. I made a video about this, and it's located in the Louvre Museum, Paris, France. I've filmed that, so you have the footage available. Okay, let's continue. Also in South Arabian, the case differentiation between Benu and Beni, where it can be detected, has become merely vestigial by the 1st/3rd centuries AD. Finally, we are told about the so-called Talmudic graffiti. We are told the so-called Talmudic graffiti are named after Talmud, one of the several Arabian tribes mentioned in the Syrian Annals, Talmudi. In a Greek inscription of a Nabatean temple in northeastern Hejaz, dated circa 169 AD, in a 5th century Byzantine source, a North Arabian graffiti from the Taima region in many passages of the Quran and in writings of Arab geographers. These sources make it clear that and we'll have page 72, that the Tamudians were living between Mecca and Taima. However, the name Tamudic was incorrectly applied. A moment. Let me just strip it on. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. She'll be all right, don't worry. Go to mommy's arms and she'll be okay. However, the name Talmudic was incorrectly applied to various types of graffiti found through Arabia, dating from the 6th century BC through the 4th or 3rd century AD and belonging to different dialects. The oldest Talmudic inscriptions, probably from the 6th century BC, have been found in northern Taima area. The Safavitic inscriptions date from the 1st century BC through the 4th century AD. They are so called because they belong to a type of graffiti first discovered in 1857 in the basaltic desert of Safa, southeast of Damascus. Many thousands of such texts scattered over an area, including southeastern Syria, Jordan, and North Arabia, are so far being collected and in part published. There are, to a large extent, memorial inscriptions that mention the name of the person and of his ancestors often specify his job or the circumstances of his passage and call on a deity to protect his memory to ensure peace to him. Sounds similar to what is done in Africa, but hey. And I'm not trying to make a correlation, but you know how they do. Anything before Islam, they call it the period of ignorance. So they're not going to give credit to that way of life, let's say. But anyway, I digress. Since the Safavitic graffiti have been found on the Nabatean territory and are contemporaneous with the Nabatean Aramaic inscriptions, some of them are likely to be written in Nabatean Arabic. In any case, Safavitic texts do not belong to a single dialect, as shown, example, by the use of two different articles, namely H, which is very common in Safavitic inscriptions, and Al, which is widely used in Nabatean Arabic proper names, but appears exceptionally in names attested by the Safavitic graffiti. And now finally, Hassaian is the name given to the language of the inscriptions written in a variety of South Arabian script and found mainly in the great oasis of Al-Hassa in the east of Saudi Arabia. South Arabian script was used also in southern Iraq, Chaldean inscriptions, and on the East Arabian coast from Al-Hassa down to Oman for the rendering of various local forms of East Arabian speech. These inscriptions can be dated from the 8th century to the 1st century BC. Once again, 8th century. We have one mention of 1000 BC, but all the other quotes, as you can see, tell us about 800 BC. We are far from 2000 BC. And that's the last quote regarding the date of the Arabic. This time I'm quoting from the book called the Routledge Handbook of Arabic Linguistics, page 355. And you have the names of the two editors here. This is chapter 16, called The Earlier Stages of Arabic and its Linguistic Classification. This is the author or the contributor to this article, Ahmad Al-Jalad, and we are told the first clear attestation of an Arabic word occurs in the Kurk monolith inscription of the Neo-Assyrian monarch Shalmaneser III, 853 BCE. The text lists the names of a coalition of leaders who opposed the expansion of the Assyrians into the Levant. So once again, it was during the time of a monarch who lived in 800 BC. So it is safe to say that you can consider Arabic to go back to 800 BC on average. And if you want to take the oldest date, then we'll have some time around 1000 BC. But we are very far from 3000 BC. So it is very doubtful, it is very unlikely that the Pharaoh of Exodus would speak Arabic and would say Allahu Akbar. So now let me go through the comments and let me see what's up. Now, Pat came in very early, way before the live stream started. We have a new kit and a place to be. Oh, as a matter of fact, I can look at it there because you see, I will get it from my email. So Anuket sent me some PDFs, and it's one of them. It's one of them that will be of interest as well. Of memory, I think it was page 25. I think it was. I'm downloading it, and we'll have a look together. I didn't have much time. actually downloading, and shouldn't be long. That's it. Let's finish downloading. So this book is called The Dictionary of Languages by Andrew Dalby. Now let me go to page 25 because I think that's what it was. Oh, yes, yes. So let me share the screen. Let me share the screen. I see some new comments. Keep them going. I will go through them all, okay? So this is indeed page 25. And I want you to focus on this part here. Those two paragraphs. The importance of Arabic in the modern world goes back to its position as the language of the Quran, the language of a conquering religion. As national language of nearly 20 countries, Arabic is now by far the most important of the Semitic languages, which are a group within the Afro-Asiatic family. For those who don't know, before they used to call it Hamito, was it Hamito? I forgot. Hamito-Semitic, I think it was. Arabic may possibly be the descendant of the language of the Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions of Mount Sinai dated to about 1500 BC, but they are not fully deciphered. Now, what is the significance of this? First, you will know that I mentioned Theophilo Benga, who does not use Semitic, but Sinaitic, you see? And secondly, if Arabic is possibly the descendant of the Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions dated about 1500 BC, it means that with all logic, Arabic will have to come after 1500 BC. So we are far from 3000 BC as a date to which Arabic goes back to. It's actually twice for a presumed ancestor of the Arabic. So why some people claim that Arabic goes back to 3000 BC? 1500 years after the alleged date to which Arabic goes back, we have an ancestor of the Arabic language. I don't know if you follow me. So thank you, Sister Anuket. I didn't have a chance to look at the other PDFs that you've sent. And let me continue going through the comments. We have T.G.Z. who wrote the 5 main principles known to mankind: love, peace, freedom, truth, and justice. Okay. Then we have With Ra, who wrote, hi, what's up? Then we have Claudia Barton, who wrote, thank you, Shaka. I was listening to John G. Jackson, Ethiopia, and the Origin of Civilization. You're familiar? It claims Celtics were originally African. What do you think? John G. Jackson, that's the author of Stolen Legacy, isn't he? Well, there's a lot of claims of some people talk about the Minoans. Some people talk about Greeks being black initially. Some people are trying to use those vases And I showed some of them from the Louvre Museum actually, but you have some from other countries. And on those vases, you can see some depiction of individuals that are depicted with the black paint. But when we look at their phenotype, when we look at their hair, we can clearly tell that those are not black people. So sometimes we have claims, just like with Arabia and Palestine or Canaan, we have claims of those inhabitants being black. My first question will be, what time period are we talking about? Because once again, if it's 50,000 BC, 100,000 BC, I don't deal with those kind of dates. So I don't know why Claudia wrote that. They want me to shut up, law. We have Medjai Commander. What Hotep family, Hotep to you. Now we have, okay, we have, what a name. Bigger PIMP, who wrote, finally able to get you life. Well, take advantage. Take advantage. As a matter of fact, let me share once again the calling link. A lot of people might miss it, but if somebody wants to call in, I'll be more than happy. I'd like to speak directly rather than reading the comments. It's more efficient. So you can use your smartphone, you can use your tablet, you can use your computer, and you will be able to speak directly. Anuket wrote, it's a combination of regional dialects. She wrote 6th century. Then we have Oliver Law 02, who wrote, researchers know that Semitic is a non-scientific term. Well, and I think that's why Theophile Benga uses Sinaitic rather than Semitic. So I went through all the comments. So if you have any other statements you would like to make or questions you would like to ask, then feel free. What you've seen before I started speaking was a video showing some similarities between the Coptic and the Arabic by way of Medu Neter. I gave you the different sources, different books. And before that, you saw the video Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So let me know what's up. What should we do now? Should we call it a day or should we continue? Will somebody call? Will somebody say what's up? What should we do? Should we call it a day? Or will somebody come and holler at me? Hey, we have our brother Radio One who's joining us. Hotep Sen, how you doing?
Hotep, brother. Hey, how you doing?
I'm chilling. How about yourself?
Oh, good. Yes, I seen a discussion you had with Afro-Asiatic the other day. And, yeah, I wasn't able to tune in live, but I watched it later. Yeah, and my problem with people like Afro-Asiatic is, you know, they depend so much on this DNA, you know, these DNA studies and you know, my problem with these DNA studies and what modern day scholarship is all about is, you know, if you have no writings, it's kind of hard to really prove a migration. You know, when they speak of these back and forth migrations, and I'm like, yo, you give too much power and authority to the geneticists. I mean, a geneticist that's living during our time, you know, and I think they go outside their lane when they try to do that. You know, just and I say, man, without writings, all you have is theories. You know, I mean, how you gonna say if you find a dead body in Africa and you make up the claim that their ancestor came from the Middle East, you know, at this point in time, this back and forth migration. I mean, you know, how you gonna say that? you know, I mean, how you know that the ancestor of that dead body has always been there, has always been in Africa? How you gonna say that that ancestor of that dead body came from the Middle East 30,000 years ago? I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, it's like, and they try to explain it, and I'm trying to understand it, but I'm just not getting it. I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, it's nothing more than theories. I mean, you have to have a source of information to prove what you say. I mean, say if you go to the theme park, or you go to Disney World, Universal Studios, what you got to have in order to enter that theme park? You got to have a pass. You go to the movies, you got to have a movie ticket. You know, you just can't go there and say, well, yeah, I bought a pass, but I don't have it on me. Can I still get in? you know, I mean, they're not going to let you in without that pass. So it's like, you know, with history, you know, you got to have a source. You know, you got to have a source to back up your claim. You know, even if it's not contemporary, or at least if it's closer to the time. I mean, at least you have something. I mean, but these guys are, man, they're making up stuff, and that's why, you know, like that old way of telling history is being interfered with by these guys. I mean, they coming up with these new ways to tell history, and it's not making any sense. I mean, this guy, you know, he bring up the, you know, the same study about the Mo and you know, from Arabia. I mean, the ancestors of Horn of Africa coming from Arabia and all that. I mean, and they're trying to throw this Arabian origin on the people of the Horn of Africa, but there's really not any writings to support it. I mean, I read the many sources and accounts of the people of Ethiopia and that area, you know, and I just, you know, I see no mention of them coming from Arabia. I mean, for them to come from Arabia, they would have to say that their ancestors crossed the Red Sea and came into Ethiopia, et cetera, and I don't see that anywhere. So I mean, oh yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and indeed, record is so important when you talk about ancient history. What's interesting that our brother, he was talking about people today, or people in contemporaneous time, who claim that they come from Arabia. But as I was trying to tell him, is that it's not surprising. Today, some people would like to tie their genealogy to someone from Arabia because it's considered a holy place, particularly Mecca. And Sheikh Antadia, Dr. Sheikh Antadia talked about that as well. Some of his writing, he mentioned those brothers in Africa who do some acrobatics with their genealogy to claim that they are descendants of Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
Yes. Yeah. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because they, you know, it's very clear that after Islam and you know, after Christianity, that's when all these claims came about. You know, people in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, you know, claiming that their lineage go back to Abraham and Muhammad, and you know, and for these guys to sit up here and try to take it literal, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, even yeah.
And you know, I agree with what you said, and I've been saying it for a long time. There's plenty of records, very interesting stuff. Now, it's not necessarily accessible to all of us, but the specialists, they do the study, so it can be some hard reading. But there's mention of different records. You know, I'm sure that many people are not aware of that record from 328, which was at one point considered the oldest known Arabic inscription, which was not even in the Arabic script, by the way. But there's plenty of different records that can be interesting and shed some light about ancient history. And that's what we should go about really when we talk about history, because this oral tradition thing, I mean, it's good for a minute, you know. There are some societies where they have oral traditions, but those oral traditions, you know, necessarily we'll talk about times that are not far away, you know, times that are not so remote. You know, if we come across some community that talk about some oral tradition going back to like 10,000 BC, I don't think we should take it seriously, honestly, as if we don't have any written record, you see.
Yeah.
And brother, let me just read this quickly. We have Anuket, who went into the interior of Africa and converted the Mali Empire. Oh
yes.
The Moroccans, they ultimately destroyed Timbuktu, didn't they?
Yes. From my understanding, the people from Morocco, the Almoravid Empire, and from some Berbers, some Arabic Berbers from Mauritania also came south into to the Mali Empire and converted the the West Africans into Islam. That's my understanding. Yeah, people from the north, people from Morocco and the interior desert of Mauritania. Yeah, those people, they were the ones who converted the West African empires into Islam. Yes, because you know that the Islamic conquest stretched all the way from Egypt to Morocco, and it reached Morocco before it reached West Africa. Yeah, it reached Egypt first. Then after Egypt, it went into Libya. Then from Libya, went into Algeria, and then into Morocco. Then later on, it went south into West Africa, south of Morocco into West Africa. Yeah, and surprisingly, like places like Nubia and Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia, those places were still Christian during the time of the Islamic invasion, and it took a long time for them to convert to Islam. I mean, the people in Sudan today, they didn't convert to Islam until like the Funj, what they call the Funj Empire, which was started in I believe like 1500, 1600 AD, something like that. So it took a long time for the people of Sudan today and some parts of Ethiopia as well to convert to Islam, because they were Christian for a long time. Yeah, and but yeah, definitely I would say that the people of West Africa even converted to Islam before the people of Nubia and Sudan did, because Islam was introduced to them by the Berbers and the Arabs from the north. So yeah, definitely, yeah, they so yeah, to answer your question, the Arabs and Berbers from North Africa went into West Africa and converted the Mali Empire and all that to Islam. Yeah, because they definitely didn't come from the east, but they came from the north. Yeah.
And then Sister Anuket wrote, Mansa Musa was a devout Muslim. Well, he's very famous because he was very rich, very wealthy, and some people recently have kind of tried to make some assessment to try to evaluate the extent of his wealth. And it's been claimed by some people that he was the richest man ever in history. And I'm sure many of you, brothers and sisters, have heard that he went on a pilgrimage or Hajj to Mecca, and he distributed gold. He was so rich because he had a lot of gold. And he distributed so much gold that the value of gold went down for years. For years. So some people see that as something extraordinary, but I kind of see it like wasting money. I mean, you can give money to people. I mean, that was the equivalent of money at the time, you know. I don't think people had notes as we do today, maybe coins, but to just distribute gold all around like that, I don't see it as constructive. You know, if you want to give it to the people who are in charge of the religion, that's one thing, but just, you know, throwing it like that. I haven't heard of him throwing money like that in his own country, but we'll go to another country and throw money like that. Now, maybe he threw some money like that or some gold like that in his country. I'm not aware of that, but I haven't heard about it. Now, we have Gmail who wrote, as a honor, our oral history states that we were in East and North Africa. However, there were some of us that migrated to Yemen. Now, Oliver Law 02 wrote, the world's oldest Quran was found in Yemeni. Can you share some link to us or give us the name of it? I haven't heard of that. And Oliver 02 wrote, the first of 3 Arab invasions of the Maghreb, ordered by Abdullah ibn Sa'd, commenced in 647. 20,000 soldiers marched from Medina in the Arabian Peninsula. Then we have our brother, Asiatic Lion, who wrote, peace. Ethiopians were some of the earliest to convert to Islam. And also he wrote, first death plot on Muhammad, they went to the Negus for refuge. According to the theology, that's what they say, that the companions of Muhammad went to Ethiopia. But yes, I would agree.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. Ethiopians were the earliest to convert to Islam, because from my understanding, yeah, I mean, from my understanding, they were always they were always Christians. Yeah, and it's like, you know, and even today, many of them are still Christians. I mean, they follow that same first century AD, you know, Coptic Orthodox Christianity, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I mean, but they've been Christians for a long time, and you know, the records show that the people along the seacoast, such as the Afar people and the Somali people, they later on became Muslims. Yeah, so, and yeah, but yeah, I have no idea where he got that from, but yeah, but the people of Nubia and Ethiopia, they were always Christians, and you know, and that's another interesting thing is too, because that early first century AD, you know, early AD Christianity never reached West Africa. You know, the first Christians to reach West Africa were the Portuguese. You know, that Christians, those early, you know, early AD Christians migrated from came from Egypt into Nubia and Ethiopia and converted, you know, King Izana, you know, and the king of Nubia, they converted them to that early Christianity, but we hear nothing of these people going into West Africa. So, you know, and the first Christians we hear of going into West Africa are the Portuguese, you know, but before that, you know, people of West Africa were Muslim, and before that, you know, they were what we call pagans. And to answer Sister Anduket question earlier, you know, there's also an account from I believe the Arab historian known as Al-Bikri. He tells a story of how the king of Mali, they went, his country went into a drought, and he prayed to his native gods to send some water, you know, to rescue his people. And the Muslim told him, instead of calling on your native gods, pray to Allah, you know. And the Muslim encouraged him to pray to Allah to fix the drought of his country. And story tells it that he prayed to Allah, and some rain came, some water came, or something like that, and the drought and the drought was over with, and because of that caused the king and his people to convert to Islam. And that's the story on that. But there's definitely more to that story of West Africa converting to Islam. It also has to do with the Almoravids coming from the north and invading on the people of Sudan, and forcing them into Islam. There's several stories, concerning that subject about the Islamic conversion to West Africa. Yeah.
And this is not about Islam or Arabic, but I saw recently in the news that there's this community of African Americans who relocated to Israel. And some of them have received some notification that they will be deported. And they have lived there for decades. So it's just a shame when your belief has you relocated to a place that you feel you have a heritage in. You feel like you have a birthright to that place, and they ended up wanting to kick you out. Now, we have Oliver Law 02, who wrote Dr. John Henry Clarke's book, The Arab Invasion of Egypt is Well Researched. Actually, I don't know if I have that one, but I'll have to look for it.
Yeah, but I blame the guy who led that migration into Israel. But yeah, he's dead already. But yeah, those guys, man, they should have well researched that before they made their migration. And also the Hebrew Israelites, they should have did more research, before they made that 12 tribes chart, because it doesn't correspond with history. I mean, it's all late and made up, and
indeed.
To make a claim like that, and man, I mean, it's going to come back and bite you, and that's what's happening. They all believe this lie. They all went into Israel and try to settle there, but now it's coming back to bite them.
And just for the record, now, I think John Henry Clarke wrote only one book. Now he contributed to other books, but I think his only book is Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust. So I'm not sure if that book, The Arab Invasion of Egypt, is by John Henry Clarke. It's probably by another author, and John Henry Clarke contributed to it. But if I'm wrong, then somebody will tell me. Somebody will let me know. But indeed, the 12 tribe chart, that's something extremely recent.
Yeah, and it's like, and they insult our intelligence when we do our research and tell them the truth, because the earliest mention of Jews being in West Africa comes from the 11th century AD. And even this account from the 11th century AD, says nothing about their origin. It says nothing about how they got there. And that, I mean, first of all, it's suspect because, I mean, no matter how good it sounds, it's still coming from a late source. But even that late source is not telling you much. So it's like. It's like, and whatever they're telling you now, it's all made up. I mean, that's why when I debate these guys, man, I already know where they're coming from. I mean, even the story of the Moors, such as Lord Alba and those Moors that follow Noble Drew Ali, they subscribe to the story that the Moors were the Canaanites who were expelled from Israel, and they fled into West Africa. they fled away from Canaan into they went into Egypt, and they were kicked out of Egypt, and from there they went west into West Africa. But when you read the Bible, you don't see that. You know, I mean, that's not even supported by the Bible. You know, the Bible says that the Canaanites remain in Canaan, you know, and they became subservient or became servitude to the tribes of Israel. So that debunks that claim, you know, and we see nowhere in the Bible where it says that after the Israelites defeated the Canaanites, they went west, you know, they went into West Africa. The Bible doesn't say that. You know, so it's like, you know, if it's not supported by the Bible, you know, and the Bible predates the story told in Morocco, you know, by maybe 1,000 years or so, or whatever. But still, if it's not supported by the Bible, then, you know, it's fake history. You know, it's you know, I mean, to keep it in a biblical narrative, you know, if you're going to say that a migration of Canaanites came into Morocco and the western parts of Africa, and it's based on a biblical narrative, but it's not in the Bible, then, you know, it's even faker than the Bible, is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's not supported by the Bible. You know, you can't use the Bible to support that claim. You know, you have to show in the Bible where it says after the Canaanites were kicked out by the Israelites, they went west into the western parts of Africa. And the Bible does not say that. You know, and there's just so much fake history going on. And you got the claim that, you know, the ancestors of the Songhai Empire came from Yemen. You know, that's another fake pseudo history. You know, I mean, to make it even worse, you know, you can't even go into the records of the Sabaeans or the Himyarites saying that they went to West Africa. You know, I mean, it's all made up. I mean, a lot of it sounds good, but man, these guys are, man, they're making up history. I mean, they're making up pseudo history, and you know, and a lot of these guys wondering why they're not getting any subscribers. You know, like these guys from these clans, these Mossy clans, and you know, these guys, man, they're making up history. You know, they will sit up there and disagree that, you know, people from Kemet could act, you know, and these claims are made by West African scholars that people migrated from Kemet to West Africa, but they will believe in a griot story saying that the ancestors of West Africa came from the sky. You know, I mean, a lot. It's like some stories, like they sound real mythical, saying, well, yeah, our ancestors were Nana, and you know, so and so that came from the sky. So you mean to tell me you're going to believe a source saying that the ancestors of West Africa came from the sky, rather than a source saying that they could have came from Kemet? I mean, we never heard of people migrating from out the sky. I mean, you know, we know that people can cross the desert, you know, and cross the desert and come into other parts of Africa, but you're going to believe a late source saying that, you know, people came from the sky. I mean, it's all ridiculous, you know. And if you're gonna say you don't know, just say you don't know, man. I mean, you know, don't look to these made up pseudo sources, you know, for any truth or answers. I mean, because I mean, and they try to put it off as, you know, fact. You know, I mean, the most sad part about it is they call it 100% fact, and they try to call your older primary sources, you know, fake. But they're calling their made up late pseudo, you know, theories fact. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. I mean, I would say,
Well,
you know, that the writings, I mean, archaeological discoveries and ancient writings are already, you know, limited as it is. Take that, study that, learn that, but don't be making up stuff.
well, we love to do that. We love to make up stuff. There was a time where wordplay was very big, and some people also deal with numerology. So they make all sorts of addition and subtraction, sorry, to come up with some figures that are apparently is supposed to mean something to us as a people. But the main reason why we're in confusion is because of those belief systems. Because no matter what the evidence or the data allows us to say, there are belief texts over all logical reasoning. And they try as much as possible to validate their religious writings. And maybe in Kemet they managed to do so well and achieve great achievement because despite what can be labeled as religion, and that we believe, despite what some other people will label as spirituality, they were very down to earth. They were very down to earth. But we as a people are in a great confusion indeed. We have those people indeed who claim to be descendants of Moab, at the same time descendants from Morocco, at the same time descendants from or let's say Native Americans. We have some people, like we've said, talking about a tribe, a chart, whatever. Let me read that comment. Atenia wrote, we even have one YouTuber saying some first Africans are whites in slavery. That's how crazy it gets. Now, I don't really understand that statement. I don't understand that statement, but it gets interesting when we deal with record. That's when it gets really interesting. That's where it gets really interesting. And as a people, we're just not used to that. We're not used to that. And it's funny. It's funny sometimes when you quote some specialist, but some people just outright discard it. You know. And it's a shame. It's just a shame. Those specialists, and it's not just some of our people. They love to talk about, but those this white men saying, there's Europeans, and there are scholars, but we have some black scholars too in those different disciplines and fields. You see, Asiatic Lion wrote, a lot of people have been exonerated of murder using DNA. I'm quite sure they find a reason that it is useful. Well, don't get me wrong, brother Asiatic Lion. If the DNA is used when it comes to some criminal cases, and most of the time DNA is used for cases of rape, cases of murder, that's one thing. But people trying to use DNA articles to place black people in Arabia, to place black people in Canaan in ancient time, that's something else. That's something else. And over again, I keep asking, well, can you quote a scholar that says that the Arabs were black, like 1000 BC, 2000 BC, you know, and it's always the same. It's always the same. See, our people, I hear a lot of, E1, B1, this and all that, but okay, right, okay. But what do the specialists say? Says who?
Yeah. And also, I noticed that a lot of people from HOK and the Armor Rock Squad, they got mad when Zion Lex told the truth about that DNA study, saying that the Egyptians came from the Middle East. You know, and he told the truth about it. You know, that's what your DNA study is saying. You know, you can't get mad at him. He's reading what your DNA study is saying, and your DNA study is saying that the Egyptians were Middle Easterners. You know, and I did a video on that DNA study, and I was showing that, hey, if these people have Middle Eastern DNA, then you got no business calling them Egyptians. It's wrong for you to call them Egyptians if you're saying their DNA is from the Middle East. But hey, that's what the DNA article says. It said that DNA proves that Egyptians were closer to Middle Easterners, or were Middle Easterners, closer to Middle Easterners than sub-Saharan Africans. That's what the DNA says. You know, and that's what Zion Lex was doing. He was telling the truth about their DNA study. And that's why I tell people, hey, if you believe in this stuff, you know, and a study comes along that disagrees with your belief that the Egyptians were black, but you believe in DNA, but DNA is saying otherwise, then you got a problem. You know.
Yeah, it's a problem indeed.
Yeah.
It's a problem. For a long time, I've been claiming that the ancient Egyptians come from indeed the Middle East, the Levant, and all these different places. And every now and then they give us a little something. They say, oh, it might be like 10% sub-Saharan, you know, something like that. Or they might say, well, you know, the 25th dynasty, you know, sub-Saharan Africans, but you know, for the most part, they were. And yes, this is a problem indeed. So now you see, our brother Afro-Asiatic, he wrote, genetics is also an effective tool for paternity. Ironically, it can't be applied to help us understand history. But the thing is that when you do a paternity test, you take a sample from the alleged father and a sample from the child. Okay? And that's how it works. Now, we don't take samples from people who lived 50,000 BC, do we? You see? So paternity is something, and it's different than history. It's just different than history, you see? But then again, I'm not here trying to deny DNA, but I agree with what our brother Radio One said. Some results when it comes to DNA are a bit strange. So there's legitimate reason to question the accuracy of the DNA, and it's just like, and I think this is typical. And I think that some of you heard that some black people take DNA tests and they are told that they are 20% Irish or something like that. I'm like, where does that come from? You know what I'm saying? But so I'm not the one to try to deny science, but sometimes the results can be fishy. And then again, I'm not dealing with that field, but you do a paternity test, you take the sample from that person to assess if he is the child's father or not. It doesn't have anything to do with, well, you know, 50,000 years ago, they moved there and they lived there and they lived there. And the DNA will not tell us anything about linguistics anyway, because when I hear people talk about history, they talk about linguistics and talk about DNA and try to do that melting pot of, okay, all this evidence tell us that this is the deal. Black people were there, that the Arabians were black in the 10th century BC and so on. I'm like, no, that doesn't fly with me. You know, that doesn't fly with me. You know.
Yeah, because that's where it becomes confusing. You know, I mean, DNA is not even in the category of history. You know, it's within its own category.
And I don't use. I mean, DNA is mentioned, but the thing is that how long ago have we been using DNA? It's not that long, is it? But history, the field of history, has been there for so long. You know, but DNA. I mean, I will look on the encyclopedia. You know,
Yeah, I think it's very recent. Like I don't know, less than 100 years. I know. Yeah.
Now, the chemical DNA was first discovered in 1869. That's when the chemical was found, but its role in genetic inheritance was not demonstrated until 1943.
Yeah, and I know like the creator who started this haplogroup list is a guy named James Watson, and he was a white racist, and he's still alive today. His name is James Watson, and he started the whole haplogroup thing, and that's their source for the that's their creator for the haplogroup chart.
And even if it was a racist, I mean, if that thing is accurate, I'm like fine, but different results is and the example you gave, to me it makes sense when it comes to the doubts that can legitimately be stated. You trust DNA, okay? Well, those people say that the DNA allows us to establish the fact that ancient Egyptians were of Middle Eastern origin, and that's a problem. That's a problem. So maybe we need some of our people to deal with DNA and be able to say, okay, no, your DNA result, that's wrong. Your DNA conclusion or DNA-based conclusion is false. But I don't think we have that thus far. We have Sister Nuket who's joined us. Welcome, Sister Nuket. Hotep Senet, how are you?
Hotep brothers, I'm fine. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the DNA because I'm the guinea pig because I've taken 3, and all 3 have been pretty much consistent as far as my breakdown of ancestry, and how I know that a lot of it is true is the connections that I may have with relatives. So you had spoke a little earlier about an African American having, or a Black person having, Irish ancestry. Well, I happen to have that. I have about 15-16% of Irish ancestry. And how I know that that's a possibility is because of my family history and the connections that I have made with DNA relatives, as they would call them. And when we collaborate as far as how are we genetically connected, through our DNA, their family and my family lived in the same area. As a matter of fact, that family happened to have owned members of my family, because my family in the South have been in a particular area since the end of slavery. So this is how I know that at least that portion of DNA is 100% accurate. Now, where I do have issue is they say, all 3 say basically my ancestry comes from Nigeria. So when I do, and again, they break down, they give you all, anyone has taken this test, and if you're related to them, you will be connected with that person. You may not know how you're connected to them through family, but genetically you show markers identical on your chromosomes. So the only thing that I don't know if Africans in Africa take these tests. I know you have these medical people, they're in Africa, they're drawing blood, they're getting the DNA. It's not like they're not getting it, they have it. The only thing that I don't see, and I have relatives all over the United States. I have them in Ireland. I have them in England. But I have none in Africa. Not one. So that's where I have a problem with it, because they say they can go back at least 500 to 2,000 years. But they can't genetically connect me to anyone in Africa. There is one company, African Ancestry, that say that they can connect you to a tribe in Africa. They can tell you what tribe you came from. I haven't taken that one, but that's really the only problem that I have with these tests, that they're not showing me anyone from outside of or inside the African continent that I may be genetically related to. So I just wanted to, let you know about that as far as DNA.
But sister, I don't really understand, because I thought earlier, maybe I misread you, but I thought you wrote that all three of your tests tied you to Nigeria.
Yes. It tied me to Nigeria, and I, they give you a breakdown. They tell you you have a certain percentage of Nigerian ancestry. You have a certain percentage in different regions of Africa, different regions of the world. They've put me Southeast Asian. I have 3% of that. I have 3% of North African. I had, it's a vast percentage. It's just not like 100% one thing. It's a breakdown. But
may I ask, what's the percentage he gave you for Africa, for sub-Saharan Africa?
So they gave me. I'm gonna see if I can. Can you hear me?
Of course I can.
Okay, so I'm going to go into my thing here because I don't want to get it wrong.
Okay, no problem.
But I know it was between 74 and 76%.
Okay.
I don't know if I can share screen on this.
Oh no, there's no need to. There's no need to. I really wanted to have an idea, and it's the vast majority. So yes.
Yeah. So it's 74% West African, 16% Irish English, right? 1.9% Native American, 3% North.
Yeah, sister.
I think we might have lost her because we don't hear her anymore. I don't know if you can hear us, sister, but we don't hear you anymore.
Yeah, I know. I heard many cases where people say that, they took different DNA studies from different companies, and all of them said something different. I mean,
I've heard that as well. I've heard that as well.
Yeah. And this whole concept of ancient DNA. I mean, the person that came up with this, I mean, they have to be the biggest idiot in the world. I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't like the concept of going around digging up bones, and doing DNA studies. I mean, because first of all, okay, if you're claiming that you found some DNA on those bones, and those bones are like thousands of years old, you have to ask the questions, whose DNA is that? Because I also read studies where they claim to have gotten DNA off of bones, but And later on, they came to find out that the DNA on those bones was somebody else's DNA. Like one study claimed that geneticists got DNA off of a human corpse, and they came to find out that the DNA actually belonged to an animal. I mean, in this especially this whole thing, we're digging up the mummies. I mean, probably the number one violation, digging up the mummies, desecrating mummies in order to do a silly DNA study. I mean, that's how the mummy of King Tut got damaged, because they pulled it out the coffin, put it in the CT scan, and all that nonsense. They damaged his mummy, all because of this DNA madness. I mean, the whole concept, it should have never started. I mean, it's one of the number one. I mean, it's one of the main violations to me.
Brother, the thing is just that you said earlier regarding those DNA results that state that the pharaohs, the ancient Egyptians, were for the most part from the Middle East. Well, when it comes to people from the Levant and Hebrews, I don't think we have any account or claim that they were of African descent or black descent. You see, we never heard that. So all those people want to talk about ancient history, and it's same for Arabia. You see,
yeah,
I've heard people, saying a lot of things, but so far, can somebody show me somebody that is a scholar, that is a specialist, saying by using DNA that the population of Arabia and Palestine or Canaan or Israel was for the most part black people? Can somebody do that? Can somebody do that? You see, so if you can direct me to a specialist saying that, if you can't give me the name now or direct me to the writing now, then do it in the comment section, even after this live stream, And that's a question I've been asking Brother Asiatic Lion for the longest. But we have Majai Commando who has joined us. Feel free to speak, brother. And Anuket, you're back, sister. So welcome, Brother Majai Commando. We'll tap to you. Okay, it might be busy now.
Brother, I can see his logo. He's on mute.
What's going on, everybody?
Okay.
How you doing?
Okay, I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Can you hear
brother?
me?
Yes, loud and clear, brother. Feel free to speak, brother Majai Commander. We can hear you. Oh, now we don't hear you anymore.
Oh, I'm good. I'm having.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay, I can hear you. Yes.
Having a problem.
Well, feel free, brother. What's your problem?
I'm having a bad delay, man. Hold on for a second.
Oh, I see.
I think he's still on mute. Yeah.
Well, Sister Aniket, then feel free.
No, I think someone in the chat had asked what my mitochondrial DNA was, and it's L3 F1B, and I had my brother tested, and my father is an A. The breakdown: Nigerian 31%, Ghanaian, Liberian, and Sierra Leone 16%, British and Irish 15.9, Angolan and Congolese, 13.7. Native American, 1%. Southern East African, 1%. North African, 0.6%. So it gives you a breakdown. I don't really understand what, how you can be all those things in one body, but that's the part I don't understand. And again, when with the relatives, they can give you your closest relatives. They plenty in the United States, but once I go into Africa, I don't have any. But you can tell me I'm all these things and from Africa, and I don't understand how. That is the problem that I do have with these tests.
And sister, there's no mention of E1B1. What is it? E1B1E or something? The thing I hear all the time.
That would be the male line. And again, my father, because that's females don't carry Y DNA. It would be A. So, I spoke to Ngozi about this several years ago, and A is supposed to be the father of all the Y DNA. They did find one South Carolina gentleman here in the States who had a A00. That's like older than,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But again, the question is, if you can tell me I'm Nigerian, how, when you can't connect me with anyone in any of these countries on the continent?
Okay. Can anybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Here's the problem. The problem is those borders did not exist at the time of any enslaved African taken off the continent. Okay, that's one. So they can't say that you're like from Nigeria or whatever the case is. Okay. Now that nonsense with Zion Lex, that's nonsense. As far as the ancient Egyptians having an outside haplogroup, they hadn't been there long enough to even change haplogroups. So if you had L1, L2, L3, and the third, those who are in Europe for the most part, right? Theirs is like what, H, J, and things of that nature. Am I correct? Am I wrong? So here's the thing. How were you saying that these people have they have DNA from the 11th entirely, and they haven't been there yet long enough to even have a complete North African haplogroup? It doesn't make sense.
But the thing is that, and
I deal with. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say that I don't want to sound like I'm defending Zion Lex, because he's using Kemet to try to validate his biblical narrative. But I don't think that's his claim. I think he's just stating.
I'm sorry. I know he's going off the DNA. This is the thing. He's going off of the DNA report that they gave him. I understand. And it's not directed to Zion Lex, because I hate when they put those studies out, because they put those studies out and they misrepresent all of Egypt. Okay, that's what they do. Now, they were digging around in the Roman situation, like one of the brothers said off in the chat. Okay, they were digging around in some of the old Roman, Greek, and where some of the Hekakasu were buried. They took 99. They had 99 mummies, and out of the 99 mummies, all you could get was like maybe one viable mummy to deal with. Really? And then you said it's the situation for the whole entire. No, that don't even make sense. Okay. Now, I don't know if you read the book When Egypt Ruled the East. Have you ever read that?
I haven't personally. I haven't.
Okay.
Donald Redford. Yeah.
So you have a situation, man, where Africans dominated all the way over to basically Turkey. Okay. So it's like when you're dealing with Kemet, you actually have to look at Kemet, you have to look at Yam, you have to look at Kush. And we all know that Kemet came from Kush. Kush, now as far as what the Greeks were saying was that Kush basically stretched all the way over, or Ethiopia, stretched all the way over to India. So those are things that you have to check into. These people with these little DNA studies that they're putting out, there's an article that even combats that. Okay, and they said that they're false reporting because you're saying one thing in the literature. You really, if you have to pay attention, right? You have to pay attention. They're saying, well, we don't have really that much of circumstantial evidence, but you know, this is what we think. That's not how that works, bro.
And you know, regarding this question you raised, I've been asking myself the same question before. How can they tie you to a place when we're dealing with genetics, and the genetics obviously has to do with people? And I think it's just my opinion. I think that they took samples from different populations around the world, and that when they found enough match, now I don't have the vernacular, I don't have the jargon of the genetics and biology. And when they find enough match, that they will say, okay, since the majority of the people who have the same match or markers are today located in this area, then we will say you are, like, let's say 80% South African or Ghanaian or Nigerian, so much, but so on. And there's one issue, however, is as population move. You see, population moves. So I'm once again, I'm really down with science. I don't want to sound like I'm discarding science,
right?
But to do history with genetics, genetic is not sufficient. And it's like some people, and I don't want to give name, but some people who've been trying to do history with linguistics. Anybody can learn a language. Anybody can learn a language. You know, we have so many Black people around the world who speak French. It doesn't make them French people. Same with the Arabic. We have plenty. As a matter of fact, the most spoken language in Africa is Arabic. You see? So later on, we might have some people trying to say, well, we have some records and they used to speak Arabic, so they were Arabs. No, to me, that's a shortcut. See?
Right.
But when we have data, and I think for the most part, that's how history works. You have history, you have archaeology, we have the data, and we can look at what the data allows us to say. The closer to the time period that we are dealing with, then the better. But our people, we do a lot of things. We do some linguistic acrobatics. Yeah. We do a lot of things. But then again, for all those who believe in the DNA, I mean, look, we have Asiatic Lion who wrote, Turkey originally was African. And this is the kind of statement that we say all the time. So Greece was originally populated black people. Ultimately, we have those of us who will say, well, the whole world was populated by Black people. And my thing is, when? What's the time period? What date?
Well, see, you have to remember one thing, though, Shaq. Okay, before the coming of the European is only like, what, 6 to 12,000 years old. Okay, before then you have no other race of people. So we know that an Arab modern is a mix. Okay, so without the European being on the planet, what else do you have? You see what I'm saying? That's you know, in a nutshell, that's where that is. Okay.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. But what time period are we talking about? Because the main thing is that when our people claim, well, the first inhabitants of the planet were black people and we moved everywhere, that's their way of trying to give some explanation, give some rationale for the Arabs being black. And of course, we're talking about the Arabs during the time of Prophet Muhammad. And it's the same with the so-called Hebrews and so on, you see?
Right. Well, I can give you an example of it. Okay, so you have the people of the Nicobar Islands, you have the Andamanese, you have the Twa that stretch. I mean, if you go by the Spanish, the Negrito. Okay, these people stretch all the way to Vietnam and the Philippines. You know what I mean? So there's your evidence right there. Now, if you go back further, you go back far enough to go check out the pictures from the people of China, you know, and things. These were melanated people, all of them. So all of these people, the modern Chinese, the modern European, all of these people have a lighter color, but they're modern. You see what I'm saying?
But you see, I understand you, brother. But the thing is that, as far as you, does that mean that we can say the Arabs of the 7th century were black?
Yeah, I mean, if you can go that far out and you have melanated people, and I'm not talking about brown skinned people, right? I'm talking about dark people, just like in Tamil Nadu. You have people that are darker than us, okay, that live there. Matter of fact, yeah, I would say that they're about the same. They will be on par with the people of the Nuba Hill, okay, or the Nuba Mountains. So that's basically your primary evidence right there, because I mean, like, I'm not seeing anybody of any different color until the coming of the European. Now, let me say this. Just like you have Mama D, and I don't know if you're familiar with Mama D. Mama D is a sister who took her DNA test, and she's from South Africa, right? She's 100% African, both by her ancestry DNA test and her Jeb match test. She is 100% African, no European. And the lady is lighter than you are. Okay. Now she's part Khoisan, and she's also oh man, come on. She is Khoi and Hausa. Okay, Hausa. So she is lighter than you, and the child is 100% African. Okay, you dig what I'm saying? So I don't know how they're trying to put this, this little spin that the Arab is European. They are a mix of European and African later on. Okay.
Okay. So, but brother, your stance is that the Arabs of the 7th century were black, right?
That's where your mix comes in, because if you got your Roman and you got your Etruscans, and some people would say the Etruscans were solid black. I kind of don't agree with that. I think that they were changing colors, because if you look at the what's the name of the man that they found in Italy?
Is it the Grimaldi man?
The Cheddar man.
Okay.
So if you're looking at the Cheddar man, this man was dark, but the features started to change, okay, in this man. So of course it goes lighter behind the Toba eruption, behind that darkness for so long. They had the ice was a mile thick, no vegetation. They had to survive basically on meats and things like that. Their pigment changed along with their environment. This is where you even get this light-skinned European.
But the thing is that, you see, someone being white-skinned doesn't have to be a European. We have white-skinned people from Asia
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't go so far because those people, we carry that gene. Now I debate with a lot of people. We carry those genes, and they were talking about. I'm trying to think of what this was. They were talking about the doggone it. It's the gene that they were saying it was supposed to be a back migration. Is it the G? It's a 6. I can't remember what it is right now because I have so many things on my desk. Okay, but they were saying it was a back migration, but the problem with that was it was that way for a minute until Tiskov figured out that the two genes that actually have the European carry when they turn pale, Africans already carried it. The U6 is what I'm talking about. So they thought it was a back migration, and it happens to not be a back migration. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, there are different branches of the U6, but the ancient U6 is from Africa itself.
Okay, now, if Arabs started being mixed in the 7th century, can we say that in the area of the Levant, including Canaan, that the inhabitants were black people, jet black people?
I would say it was like different situations, because even in that picture that you're showing right now, those people are not completely light skinned. You had some darker brothers in there as well that were coming in from the Levant. Now, let me say this, shot. They discovered that there were women who came into Egypt, for work and some, just for work and other things that came from the Levant, and it wasn't a bunch of men. Okay. This is when they were talking about the so-called Hyksos invasion. What happened was the Hyksos had already been there. So, but they came in gradually in the third and were living amongst the people, but it was mostly the women.
But brother, who's saying that the Hyksos have already been there? Who's saying that?
Well, now when I say already been there, I mean migrated into, not being there as far as like they've always been there at the beginning, because the people of Egypt came from Western Desert and from Inner Africa. And I thought Western Desert, like towards Morocco and so on and so forth. Okay. So the people from the Levant, they just started coming in, migrating in at a certain period. Now, what we're going to have a problem with me is I don't have the period for you, but it was after the 6th dynasty, because they have had problems with the people outside of Egypt. Okay. And I gave you the information on Counselor Winnie, and they fought with them all the time. But we talked about
because I've heard that not long ago. I've heard someone, I forgot who he was, but I heard someone saying that, well, the Hyksos have already been there. I think it might have been that guy from I don't want to say, because if I make a mistake, but I don't necessarily agree that the Hyksos have been there, because if we go by Maneto's account, those people just came in and invaded, and most scholars will say that they actually invaded and they were chased away, kicked out. Now, the fact that we had people, outsiders, let's say, non-inhabitants or non-indigenous of Kemet, I'm like, yeah, that's most likely, because, for example, we know that the pharaohs will marry with princes from other kingdoms or other countries. So it's possible that they did not come by themselves, that they came with some people, and for whatever reason, it's possible that some people intermarried. But as for the Hyksos, to say that they've always been there, and we got it wrong, it's not as in if they came and invaded. I think that goes against the overall narrative that we have from scholars, and the fact that it's like I don't see the Hyksos always being there.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden they take over.
Okay, it's in
so
the chat.
much that the Kemetic people have to chase them.
Right. I'm sorry. I put it in the chat here in our chat here. I'm not saying that they were there from the beginning though, Shock. Don't I'm
I
not saying that.
understand
Yeah.
that. I understand that. I
Uh-huh.
understand that.
Yeah, they're
I've
not
shared your. Oh no, not here. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
they're
will
not
share your
indigenous.
link in the comment.
Right. They're not indigenous. No, I'm not saying they're indigenous by no means.
Okay, but my stance. That video there, I show several artifacts, and there we can see indeed what they are described as Canaanite, because the sea people, the Amu, and so on. We don't necessarily exactly where they come from, but I have a video from the British Museum where they say that the Hyksos are from Canaan or Syrio-Palestine, and it is apparently the area. It is apparently the area where they fled to. So most likely that's what makes some scholar come to the conclusion that most likely they were from that area. And I think they study also their names, because you like Yakubel, Yakub, obviously Jacob, and El, that's the Canaanite deity. So there's one book, I forgot if the author is Lenormand, but one scholar had the hypothesis that the Hyksos may have been Arabs, you see, but it is that area of the Levant. Yes, go ahead, brother, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, man.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
From my understanding, yes, they are from they're from the, what you want to call that? Now, as far as Palestine and Syria, but see, I don't want to get the Western desert and the other part over there confused, okay? Because that confuses people if they don't know where it is. But as far as Western Asia, let's say that they're basically from Western Asia, okay? Period. There have been many records of attacks against the people from Western Asia. Starting, and the earliest that I know of is the 6th dynasty. That's the earliest that I know of that I've read firsthand account. I didn't have to hear it from, what I'm saying? It's in the Stela. So it's like I didn't have to hear that from anybody. That came straight from one of the Egyptians' mouths, the counselor. Okay. So, people trying to argue that they weren't black and all this kind of nonsense, no, we can dead that, because they said that they basically were Asians. I mean, of course, they didn't use the word Asian, but that's what they were talking about.
I'm sorry. Who are you talking about when you're saying some people claim that they are not black?
Oh, it's just random people. There's a lot of random people. I mean,
no. The people claim that they were non-black, but the actual people that we're talking about, which population is it?
Oh, the Hikakasu, the Hikakasu of the people from the thing, the Hikakasu.
Oh, I mean, okay. So your stance is that the Hyksos were black.
Sorry, hold on. Wait a minute. Back up. They've argued that the Egyptians weren't black. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
but the Hikakasu are a mix of people. So, like I said, you can't say that they're any type of just straight European either, though. You can't do that because it wouldn't make sense.
But you see, once again, brother, the thing is that when we say European,
there's also a mention.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
There's also a mention from the stela of Kamos as well, calling them retinue. Called the king of the Apopis, the king of the Hyksos. He is called retinue. Yeah, so they definitely came from that area of Canaan as well. Yeah.
I mean, but you have black Canaanite people there today.
Well,
everybody not from slaves. You know what I mean? That's the narrative they like to go with. Not to cut you, Shaka, but the narrative they love to go with is people there because of slavery, and that doesn't make freaking sense. I hate when they do that, bro, because it's just discounting the people who were originally there. Just because you came in, displaced people, all of a sudden they're from slaves. It's just like with the Berber situation. if you listen to people, they'll tell you that the Berbers are actually white. I'm like, well, what sex of Berbers are you talking about? You know, and all of them are not freaking white, dude. And those people from there will tell you, you know, those who are being honest will tell you that during the time of the Barbary raids in the third, that's when they started bringing these people in there. So much so that they had to appeal to George Washington. George Washington sent the Marines to go fight the Berbers because they were taking so many people and wanted ransom from Europe. And they were like, well, no, we're not gonna keep giving you ransom, so we're gonna send our people out there to come fight you, bro. Matter of fact, it's in the Marine Creed. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I noticed too. They like to say that the image from the tomb of Seti I, the Book of Gates, when it shows the white Tamahu or the white Timahu,
yeah,
they try to use that as evidence to say that, you know, whites are indigenous to Africa. But you know, when
call them Libyans.
No. yeah, Libyans, yeah. But when you get into like the Middle Kingdom and the Old Kingdom, we see these white Timahu nowhere. You know, they don't show up until the time of during the Sea People invasion occurred. You know, and that's the first time we see them is during the time of Seti I. But before that, you know, in the Middle Kingdom, you know, Old Kingdom, we see nothing but Egyptians and Nubians and Asiatics, but we hear nothing of these white Tamahu or Timahu, you know, and you know, and just to say that they were indigenous to Africa based off the tomb of Seti alone, which is 1250 BCE, to say that they were indigenous to Africa because of that is wrong. You know, you have to come with some older evidence, you know, to prove that.
I have a problem with that. I'm like, okay, you keep saying white people are indigenous to Africa, but they haven't been here. They're not here until about 6 to 12,000 years as a people.
6,000.
Huh?
Oh, pardon yourself, 6,000, brother.
Yeah, National 6 to 12.
Yeah, 6,000.
I give them a margin of error. That's why I say 6 to 12. You know what I'm saying? I just give them that margin. But yet and still, even if that's the case, bro, you still over in Western Europe. That's a long way from, you know what I'm saying? That's a long way from there, bro. Like that's
you see, from what I hear, for the Magi Commander, it sounds to me like, as far as you're concerned, it sounds to me like white-skinned people are only in Europe. It sounds to me like it's not an option to you that there were white-skinned people in Asia. But Brother Radio One talked about this tomb of Seti I, and you've probably seen those different nations, let's say.
Yeah, a table of nations.
Yeah. So what would you say about the depictions that the ancient Egyptians made of the Asiatics?
Now it's the Asiatics are for the most part, like I say, a lighter skinned people, not like the sea people. Sea people are I would say they were kind of white folk, right? For the lack of a better. As far as like the other ones, they're a little lighter, just like I was explaining about Mama D. You know, it's kind of a hard thing to do. It's like people want to put claims on light people whenever they feel it's convenient for them. You know what I mean? That's the way I'm looking at it from the standpoint of people trying to horn in on African history. So they'll say, oh, look, see, there's a light person right here. That doesn't exactly mean that they're a white person, bro.
I agree. I agree. But there's also that, which is, I forgot which tomb it is from. You have the Egyptian and the Nubians. So it says Remech for Egyptian. It says Nehisi for Nubian. And if I'm not mistaken, it says Amu for the Asiatic. And for the European, it's probably Tamahu. But I'm looking for...
Why are you doing... Okay, while you're doing that, can I say something about that, Shaka?
Mm-hmm.
The Nubian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, there is no one Nubian. The people they're talking about is like you have people from the Nuba Hills, you have people who are all along the coast of all along the Nile. These people are not one monolithic people, the Nubians. That's some Eurocentric nonsense. That's them separating Egyptians for their own purposes. Because it's like if you look at some of the battles, they don't have all in different battles they have, the people have on different type of clothing. If you ever noticed that, right? Some they might fight some so-called Nubians and they have on, this type of garb, and then you'll have another fight with so-called Nubians and they have, that's just a couple of tribes or a couple of nations that they have beef with. But if you go back to the 6th dynasty, like I told you, that Stella, they started talking about how they were gathering, people from Wat, and then the Magi, and then, people from all these other places. Okay, and these were chiefs that they were talking about. This is not one monolith of Nubians. It's like a whole bunch of, different chiefs. They lived along the Nile. They just Nilotic people. See? It's just like them putting the whole crown on Egypt. If you thinking, well, this is Egypt, there was no such thing as the border at that time. So you can't even say that one little area right there is Egypt. You can't really say that because it stretched all the way to Turkey. And we don't know how far it stretched down into the interior actually either. You can't say that. You know what I'm saying? Because the Nile, I'm gonna give it to you. Let me say this. The Nile stretched all the way down to South Africa, bro. You have a Nile that people don't even talk about. They don't talk about the Yellow Nile. This Nile if you look at the map from I think it was the 1600s, that Nile was that part of the Nile, that branch was in existence at that time, bro. You don't see it nowadays, but it was there. You know what I'm saying? If I could, I'll get the map for you so you can see it. It stretches all the way down into the Congo Basin. And past that, it goes straight into South Africa. You have people that went up and down that Nile all the time. That was, like you said, the first cultural highway was up the Nile, back and forth. Which it kind of makes sense. I know, I'm sorry. Which kind of makes sense because if you had the Ashango bone and you had both of the mathematic bones that goes into making math and that Egypt uses later on, it makes sense because all of that stuff is found around those parts that's located near the Nile, the Congo, and so forth. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead. I'm done, bro.
Yeah, but like here, you probably seen this. This is from the tomb of Ramesses III, right? Of course, that's a reproduction. Yes. The original is available, and so we have my cursor is there. We have here. It says Remech.
Yeah.
So that's the word for people. That describes an Egyptian. Yeah. And here we have Nehisu. That will be the Nubian. And there we have Amu. And this is probably Tamahu. But what would you say about those two types? Would you say that they are mixed, or would you say that they are white skinned?
One is a I think I would say kind of a turning type. Let the D here, okay.
If we can, like, would you label this D type as a white skinned person or biracial person? Because when you say changing type, it's not precise.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. See, but you have to look at it from this perspective. When the people started changing in Europe, they didn't just go from black to white. You see what I'm saying? Like you had people who were like still in the middle. So
Yeah, I would say Osama bin Laden. Yeah, for D.
yeah, around there. Yeah.
Okay, now, since you agree with that, Brother Majai Commander, you agree that this is the phenotype like Osama bin Laden. So, as you're concerned, would you label Osama bin Laden as a mixed person or as a white-skinned person?
In the Western term of white, he wouldn't be white. The white type comes from deep Europe, like I said, Northern Europe. That's how they classify themselves. They would classify themselves against us, a bin Laden type.
You know that's a bit strange to me because in Italy,
mm-hmm.
you can find some people who have a darker skin than the D type there.
Yeah.
But the Italian will be labeled as is a European, but he's white, but he will be darker than the D type there.
Well,
but
they weren't classified. They weren't honorary whites. Okay, they became honorary whites in what, the 20s? Was it? Radio Woman, you know what I'm talking about? The classification.
Yeah. It's like more of a modern day classification where they even call people from Russia blacks. Yeah, so
they didn't have
okay. So if we take this as a pattern, or let's say maybe it's not the proper word,
they're not black.
If we take this as an that's for sure. But if we take these individuals as an example, when you're talking about the Arabs of the 7th century not being white, would that be D type or B type?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I understand then. But this is contrary to most of our people who claim that the Arabs of the 7th century were black, including Prophet Muhammad. And not only they claim that they were black, but they claim that they were jet black, you see, when really they will look something like this. And something like this complexion is the same as the Chinese or the Japanese today. And this one indeed is like a Middle Eastern, like a
right.
Let's say someone from Syria, someone from Israel, someone from Palestine. You see, so they are just not black. So I don't understand how you can say that the Arabs of the 7th century were black.
All right. Let me help you here. I just had a thought. So that's like saying that you can't call the Khoi black either.
No,
if we went by skin color now.
That's different, because the Khoisan, even though they have a light skin complexion, we still have the phenotype. You know, we have the hair, the kinky nappy hair that those people here don't have.
Right.
My thing. Those don't have that. You see, and there's a phenotype also, the shape of the nose, the shape of the lips.
Well, we can't get stuck on features, because first of all, the European feature that doesn't belong to them.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
That means that an African feature, you can't pinpoint. There's no one way to look African. See, this is the argument that we have all the time with the Euro clowns, okay, Eurocentrics.
That's right, brother.
So when the Eurocentrics say, "Well, look at the alkaline nose," bro, that doesn't belong to you. What do you mean?
Okay, right. See, if I was to ask you, the primary phenotype of Black/African people, isn't it black skin, kinky hair, broad nose, and thick? Well, when we say broad nose, it's in comparison to Europeans. For us, it would be normal nose.
Well,
we could call them thin nose, but for the sake of argument, for lack of better wording, that's what I would say. I would say broad nose and thick lips or full lips. You see, would you agree or not?
I can't give you that, Shock, because for the simple fact that Africans are the most diverse people on the planet Earth, and that's before a European stepped foot in the world. So
That is correct.
you see what I'm saying? So all of these different features in carrying on, we already had. Like, say for instance, a European would try to claim blue eyes, which is only an illusion, but you know what I mean? The color is an illusion. It's that's actually not a European feature. That's why you have Africans on the continent who have blue eyes. Just like I just made the point here about Mama D and her being super light skinned. Like let me see. I'm gonna give you her picture here. I'm gonna put her up on the on probably Google here, so you'll see what I'm talking about, because I want people to get a good understanding of what who I'm talking about. She's a YouTuber, okay? But y'all carry on. Let me find her for me for a minute.
Well, to make the long story short, Arabs of the 7th century, according to you, they will look like the D type.
Yeah.
And the D type, to me, is not of African descent. You see. So the Khoisan, even though they have light skin, they are of African descent. So I don't even think we have an argument there.
Well, but but also the Khoisan, they range in skin color. Some of them are dark chocolate as well.
Thank you for saying that as well, because sometimes we tend to act like, you know, they are all light skin, and it's like, you know, Haitians. A lot of Haitians will tell you that. There's some YouTubers who make videos and posts on different social media like Instagram and so on, and they talk about the reaction of people when they see some light skinned Haitians. They're like, "You Haitian? Really? I thought all Haitians were dark skinned." You know, the majority of Haitians are dark skinned indeed, but we have some light skinned Haitians. Even though we must, yes, let's keep it real. The reason why we have light skinned Haitians, indeed, it comes because of mixing. It's true. But the
Peace, brother Shaka.
Yes, go ahead, brother Afro-Asiatic, feel free.
Yeah, peace to the brothers on the panel. Yeah, I just wanted to add on the Khoisan. The Khoisan within the genetic data, they are mixed with Afro-Arabians at 24,000, and we can locate that. We can locate the information within the genetic data. You know, probably a simple Google search will pull us up, you know, a few articles that verify that.
Okay. Hold on, brother. I would like you to tell us who says that. You know, it's the same thing. Who says that?
Brother,
which specialist, which scholar says that?
We just in a conversation right now, brother Shaka. When I do pull sources, you know, sometimes you'll show them and sometimes you won't. But what I'm saying is, it's public information, and I'm in a vehicle right now, so you know I can't pull up the data exact. But the Khoisan are mixed with Afro-Arabians, and we can trace that migration pattern straight through the Afar. It comes down the Afar as the Kushites coming down the Rift Valley. I know most of us here are familiar with the Kushite expansion down the Rift Valley all the way to Muna Matapa. We know that. I know brothers here are familiar with that. I know that Brother Radio One may be familiar with the expansion of the Kushites down the Rift Valley, but they made contact with the Khoisan at 24,000. No Europeans are around. Europeans don't exist at this time, so they indeed have admixture that is Afro-Arabian. It is their E markers. If you look up the Khoisan right now, there are a mixture of AB and E markers.
Arabs don't even go back 24,000 BC. I'm sorry, they don't even go back 24,000 years ago.
Who?
The Arabs.
Brother Shaka, of course, I would be utilizing that to give us a geographical point of reference. Of course.
Wow.
Not
but the thing you see, the thing is that
but
you
the
you do that.
geographical, it came out of Arabian Peninsula, what we call the Arabian Peninsula, at 24,000 and made contact with the Khoisan and intermingled with the Khoisan
Okay.
at
Well,
24,000.
I would love to read a scholar that says that. I've never heard that in my life. And usually you're all over the place. You mentioned the Khoisan. You
Just
mentioned
look up
the
Khoisan DNA. They are heavily mixed
Wow.
with E markers,
Well,
AB and
you
E
see,
markers.
you see,
The
and
Mbuti,
and
Mbuti, Khoisan.
I'm glad you said that because the people can hear your logic. First, you start by talking about Afro-Arabs or Afro-Arabians, and then we get the clarification that you're talking about the E markers. So for you, E markers, that's Afro-Arabians, right?
No, not for myself, brother. That's what the genetic data says, brother. It says that
Wait, hold on now,
the
because the
term.
wait, because the E marker is completely African.
Not EM96. Well, then, brother.
Yeah.
Who am I talking to right now?
Oh, this man's like Commander, bro, and the E marker is African. That's completely African. You don't start to get
Okay.
you get
My
like J and H
question.
outside of that.
My question to you would be, where did DE split? Where did D and E split? Where did the E split from the D? In the Arabian Peninsula.
Well, I could, yeah, but
If CT is the outer Africa atom, then DE had to split in the Arabian Peninsula, right or wrong?
That's kind of a hard. That's a hard one, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't. That's kind of not my. I have to look at that to actually comment on it, but I know that the E is straight African. They try to do that with the U6. You know, they try to do it with the U6, and they got beat on the U6. The E comes from the Horn of Africa.
Not EM96, not the granddaddy. Now, when we look at when we look at CT is the outer CT haplogroup is the out of Africa atom within the current data that we have available to us now. It's the out of Africa atom. That would place if the natural order would be D, then DE would have had to develop outside of Africa and split outside of Africa. D goes east.
Hold on,
and
let me go
E
to my map.
gestates and comes back in.
Now, brother Asiatic, I would like to ask you now, in the 7th century, did the Arabs look like type B, C, or D, as far as you're concerned?
Well, the first thing that I would say is that an original depiction, and I believe that it is not. We would have to get the original depiction of what our people put on the walls.
Okay, fine. I will show the picture from the wall because that's a reproduction, but you will see why, and this is something common. But
Brother Shaka, you put up
there it is.
Mama D.
Oh no, not this one. Yeah, I did put her up.
Yeah.
But hold on. I just want to.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Would it be this one?
There's the map right there.
Which one is it? It's okay. It's that one. So this one I can remove it. This one I will read later. And this I already have it. And that I can remove it. So yeah, I will be able to display it now. It will be this one. I'll have to make this larger. Okay, that's what the original will look like.
Yeah. I don't think it wasn't that much different.
much darker depictions for the original. See, now we get to the nitty gritty.
But then
Shaka,
okay,
you have to stop it. Shame on you, Shaka. Shame on you.
Shame
Very
on me.
dark on the original. Yes, very dark on the original depictions.
But
now let's get the whole conversation in context. We're dealing with all black people here.
We have the time. We have the time. Now, as far as
Yes,
you're concerned,
let's go in.
As far as you're concerned, the Arabs of the 7th century.
No,
they look like
as far as that depiction, as far as the original depiction is concerned, we were talking about all various types of black people, obviously, in front of our faces.
I would just like to ask you just a simple question. As far as you're concerned, the Arabs of the 7th century, did they look like this type here, or this type here, or this type here? Basically, those two are the same. They are the same.
Brother,
so, which type? Let's call it type 1. Let's call this type 2, and let's call this type 3. As far as you're concerned, which type did the Arabs of the 7th century look like?
Well, Brother Shaka, we know that the population was assimilated and amalgamated by the 7th century, but we do know that there were patches of tribes who were still very black that coexisted with a lighter or more Semitic type of individual. But what we do need to take recognition of is that most of the world is exposed to that phony picture that you just had up a second ago. But now that we can introduce the people to a clearer depiction, they're very dark right there. They're dark.
Okay. I'm like, fine. To you, they're very dark. Not to me, but hey,
no, not very dark. They're pretty dark.
Okay, pretty dark. Well, to me, they're not. To me, they're. But anyway, would you say that the Arabs, and when I say the Arabs of the 7th century, I think we all agree that I mean the majority of Arabs of the 7th century. Okay, so the majority of the Arabs of the 7th century, would they be type 1 or type 2 or type 3, according to you?
My question would be, brother, if you had access to the original depiction, why would you even show the people those weak pictures, brother?
No,
they don't look that much different.
Hold on, but you cannot answer a question by a question. Now, you talk about a phony picture. Are you saying that this on the screen is a phony picture?
No, I'm saying the one you just had up for about 20 minutes was phony, and you already knew that there was a different one that's the original that showed much darker individuals, brother.
Well, I don't
what's
know.
Going on here?
I don't know. I don't know if
Come
you're
on, black
trying.
man. Come on, black man.
I don't know if you're trying to accuse me of having been disingenuous, but I think the whole world knows that this was a reproduction. Just like the one from
I got love for you, brother. You know, like you gotta keep it real with our people, man.
Well, I'm sure that a lot of our people heard me saying that this was not the original one, just like the one from Beni Hassan. That's a reproduction, and we can see by looking at this why they
And
made
the
the
original
reproduction.
of Beni Hassan is far darker than the one that they put out to the public.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
So why don't you express that to the people, brother?
But brother, now we have the original on the screen. So my only question to you is, the majority of Arabs of the 7th century, did they look like type 1 or type 2 or type 3? According to you, which type did they look like? The majority of Arabs of the 7th century.
Brother, I already confessed that we were dealing with an amalgamated, assimilated population by that time. But for anyone to act like the entire population of the Arabian Peninsula was a Semitic, or what we know to be a Middle Eastern today, that's non-cipher, brother. And that's incorrect. We can find very dark-skinned people still in the Hijaz right now that have been there, brother. You know, we have the same discussion because we can't get over little humps, like just telling the truth.
Okay. It's obvious that for whatever reason,
tell
you
the
just don't.
truth, black man.
Yeah, but you just cannot even answer a simple question. And we can find very dark jet black people in Russia. I met one. He was an interpreter because he lived in Russia for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, And just like you have black people, dark-skinned black people in France. I mean, for anyone to show me a picture or mention a black person living in any location on the planet Earth, to me that doesn't fly. That doesn't fly when we talk about centuries ago. Now, here's what I think. I'm not on your mind. I'm not inside your brain, but I think that you just don't want to tell the people that, according to you, there will be type 2 or type 3.
Brother, I already admitted that the population was amalgamated. I just wanted to know why you were showing the weak picture to the people when you know the original and you have access to the original.
It's not called a weak picture. It's called
what's
a reproduction.
the agenda there?
Hold on. It's called a reproduction, and scholars show that. Sheikh Anta Diop showed that. Other PhDs shown that. Nobody's accusing them of being disingenuous, but that's besides the point. That's besides the point. The reason why you don't want to say to the public that, according to you,
I already admitted it. I already said that.
No,
that they were amalgamated.
Okay,
I said that.
Okay. So, which type did they look like?
I said it already.
Okay,
Shaka. I admitted it.
Okay. So,
can you admit that you were a bit disingenuous when you had access to the original, and you showed us that week? You know, with them white boys up there, only one of these dudes appears to be white, even slightly. Only one. You just showed us a different one with like 2-3 dudes that look like they was Tom Hanks or somebody.
You know, brother Afroasiatic, you are cornered now. So now you're trying to accuse me of
I'm
being
not cornered at all.
Yes.
I'm asking you what you cornered.
Listen, brother.
I'm not the one showing fake pictures.
If according to you, if according to you, the Arabs of the 7th century look like type 1, guess what? You would have said it straight away. You would have said it a long time ago. But you know you can't say it. And this goes in contradiction with the teachings of your favorite scholar, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, because he claims that the majority of the Arabs of the 7th century were jet black. And when we see the type 2 and the type 3, it's far from being jet black. This is jet black here. You see?
Can I ask a question? You really seriously listen to Dr. Wesley Muhammad?
I don't, but
no, Shaka, no. I'm talking about brother Asiatic down there.
Yes, sir, I do.
Why?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I find his scholarship to be accurate.
This man actually said that before one of the pharaohs passed away, before Nesu BT passed away, this man said.
No, that's Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Akbar.
Elijah said that?
Yes, that's Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, that's Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, I thought you said that.
Yeah. No, that's not Wesley Muhammad.
Oh, but wait. He had said some other stuff. I don't remember that, but that was like the French thing, and I was like, "Are you serious?"
Well, Wesley Muhammad said that. Wesley Muhammad said that Ra is Allah.
The original,
but you know what?
Are much darker. The original depictions are much darker.
Can I hurt that? Can I hurt that a little bit? Okay, this is the deal. Ra can't be Allah, bro. You know why? Asiatic.
Why is that?
Because one is the sun and one is the moon.
What does that mean, brother? If we're talking about one God that has solar and lunar aspects, what does that mean?
Okay, Ra, I really don't want to go into that because that would get people channeling in trouble because it deals with more than just the nation. Yes. But just take it the way I'm saying it. One is solar and the other is lunar, and you know what I'm talking about. Well, so they're not the same.
Well, the R and the L are interchangeable, and a quick example that we have for that in Kemet is the Labu and the Rabu. The Rabu and the Labu are the same group of Libyans from the Western Desert, but in their language, it's Labu, but when it was in Kemetic language, it's Rebu with an R. So the L and the R are definitely interchangeable in Kemet because there was no L in Kemet. But as we transition to a dialect that is more Semitic, we find that R and L are interchangeable. An example of that is in the Labu / Rabu. It is the same individuals from the Western
we
Desert.
got a problem there because
hold on, please. I would like to ask this question. So,
go ahead.
Brother Afro-Asiatic, are you telling us that the Arabs worship Ra?
No, they no. In Mesopotamia, it wasn't called Ra. The counterpart was Shamash in Mesopotamia. That's the sun god. That's the deity for the sun in Mesopotamia. Shamash.
Let me rephrase the question. If Ra is Allah, are you telling me that Prophet Muhammad worshipped Ra?
Allah. Yes, sir. Allah.
Well, but you said that Ra is Allah.
It's an attribute. Yeah.
Ra.
Oh, now it's an attribute now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is an attribute of what?
Is the L and the R interchangeable?
Some people will try to claim that, but we're talking about two specific entities. We're talking about.
We see it in the Labu Rabu.
Hold on, but I have a problem with that because you dropped the whole A. Wait, you dropped the A. Yeah,
you dropped the ayin.
Yeah, where?
Well, vowels, we know vowels are always interchangeable. Vowels, you can A, E, I, O, U, different vowels.
No, hold on.
You know, that's nothing. You know what I mean? That's like
so like we got we have ya, la, ya. You know what those are? And la,
Moon.
you know what that is, right?
Moon.
Right, exactly.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not lost at all. It's moon.
So we take that, we take the first AL and we're gonna add it to that A, that last piece. You understand where I'm coming from, right? You get me, right? You get me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's two different situations. That's a solar and a lunar.
Yeah, but if it's attributes, then the attributes can reflect the deity regardless of its solar, lunar, and there are 99 attributes of Allah as I understand it. But what I'm saying is it's just attributes. It's not saying that we worship the sun. It's not saying that we worship the moon. It's just talking about an attribute. One who would give light in the day as well as provide light at night.
But you know, brother, what you're doing now is particular because Wesley Muhammad in his book Black Arabia, Wesley Muhammad PhD didn't write that Ra is an attribute of Allah. He wrote that Ra is Allah, and as a matter of fact, there was a dispute with Asaim Hotel. And they went on further about that subject. Now, I didn't read the literature then, but I read Black Arabia. Besides, in the 99 attributes of Allah, is there anyone that is Ra?
No, not that I know of.
But you just said it's an attribute. So you just made it up.
Dr. Wesley Muhammad said, throw my eye in the trash.
What I'm saying is when we look at the R and the L, we know that it's interchangeable. We're gonna have to accept that sooner or later.
But you know, brother, I hear you when you say that. Linguists talk about that. They would talk about that, but it's dealing with some particular words. I'm not a linguist, but you're trying to have us believe. You try to have us believe that a word, Ra, which is Medu Necher being attested from at least 3000 BC. I'm sorry. 3000 BC. And you try to make a correlation with a language that is attested going back to 800 BC. There's a huge problem. At the time when Ra, the word, was known and attested, the Arabic language did not even exist. Right.
Yeah, I heard you, Shaka.
And to me, this is clear. It's just an attempt of pushing back the lifespan
It's,
of Islam. And West Muhammad did that
it's
when he
Shamash
debated.
in Mesopotamia, the sun. It's
Yeah,
Shamash
yeah.
in Mesopotamia.
So what are you saying right
Or
now?
Arabic.
What are you saying? I mean, are you saying that I'm sorry, are you saying that Allah is the sun? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying, and you know that's not what I'm saying.
So what do you mention, Ra
I'm saying
Shamash?
that it's a symbol for a light-giving sun, or Al-Nur in Arabic, the light.
Okay. So you, as far as you're concerned, Ra is Allah.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. And West Muhammad tried to do that to expand to basically make the name Allah older than it is. When he debated Tahuti and he showed on the screen some Proto-Semitic Akkadian and so on. And Akkadian, that's not Arabic at all. That's way before Arabic. Akkadian is like 2000 BC.
Yeah.
And he showed the Canaanite deity El. That's what he showed. That's what he showed. And for those who don't know El, you have that El in the word Elohim. Our people fail to know, and I'm not making it up. If people want to challenge me on that, I can give some quotes like I did today for the all these attestations of Arabic. El was one of the Canaanite gods. They had several. They have plenty.
Yeah, because Elohim itself is plural.
It's plural indeed. Now
Masculine and feminine. Plural, masculine and feminine.
Well, that I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the Hebrew.
It's plural as in different
Plural,
people,
masculine and feminine.
deities. Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? Maybe some people don't know that, but because it's supposed to be a monotheistic religion, they've been trying to say that this is a plural, but this is a plural that some form of respect. See, they came with a plural. It's like a form of respect.
No.
In the Quran,
Elohim is plural, masculine and feminine in the Hebrew language.
Yes, but the thing, brother, is that whether it's just masculine or whether it's masculine and feminine, it's still plural. But yet, it's supposed to be a monotheistic religion, just one God only.
It is, but the people who made the man, it was more than one people there making a man. You know, that's what it is with that. When they say let us make man, it's talking about a group of people making a man, a group of original people making a man, not just one deity.
That came from Kemet.
But the thing is that even if he said let us make man, he was talking with other people. So before man was created, he had other entities around. It's a huge problem, and it means that he did not even create the heaven and the earth and mankind by himself. But just what I wanted to say is that we have some similar, I don't want to say principle, but let's say mechanism. Let's say we have something similar with the Quran. A lot of people don't know that in the Quran, a few times it says we.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. What does that show us?
It does say we.
How can it be we if it's Allah talking?
And in other places it says Allah. So
yes,
there is some nuance there, that has to be unpacked.
Well,
that is
you
correct.
Call it nuance, I call it contradiction. It shows us that it was man who wrote that.
Right.
That's what it shows us.
It was man.
Because the concept.
God is a man. God is a man.
No. The concept came from Kemet, bro. So when they were talking about that, they were saying they were talking to Khnum and everybody else, bro. That's a concept that comes straight from Kemet, bro. I'm sorry. It is what it is. You know, people don't want to. They don't want to give up the ghost, man. But it is what it is. It's just like saying, you know, as far as like Christianity, you would say that it's a monotheistic joint, but it's not actually, because it has angels. What's an angel? An angel is a what they call it?
A man.
It would be an angel. An angel has more power than a dude. That would make it a demigod, bro.
Angels
and you know, in one point in the Bible, he's called Elohim.
Right.
That's right.
Somewhere else, he's called Yahweh.
That's right.
Right.
You see,
God,
and for those come again.
And Yahweh for true is actually an Egyptian. That's an Egyptian god.
Well, that what?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
if it's Yah, then I would say it's
but,
Yahweh.
But yeah, I mean, because it's Yahweh. It's Yahweh. If you break it down, it means exactly what An Yah would mean, and that's the moon. You know, so that's an Egyptian god, Khonsu, in conjunction with Khonsu and Djibouti. It's what it is. You know.
But our people will gain a lot of benefit by learning these religions. And when I say these religions, it's not just a religion that you believe in, but learning languages. And I don't mean like being fluent in a language, but basically learning about the history and the data. When for example, the different books that I went through to show how old Arabic is, as far as the scholars are concerned, I've read about a lot, and this was mentioned in the book The Golden Age of the Moor. I've quoted that. Unoko Rashidi, he mentioned that Allah was the greatest. For the Arabs, Allah was the greatest.
Exactly.
You see, everybody know that there were several deities, and then with Islam, you know, they're like no other deities but Allah. Allah being Al-Ilah, meaning the God. And in one of those books, they talked about that as well. Allah was worshipped before the emergence of Islam.
When we examine the basis of these Afroasiatic systems, we always find, when we look at it early, very early, we find Yahweh in his Ashira. We find Allah and Allah. We're gonna find a feminine aspect to God, because the universe is built on masculine and feminine, positive, negative, or opposite forces. So we're gonna have that, especially at the base, like Yahweh in his Ashira, Allah and Allah. The black man, we never removed the woman from the equation when we looked at God. That's a new concept. That's a new concept.
You see that I put in the chat over there? You guys see that?
I have.
No, don't read that. Don't read it. Just, I mean, don't read it aloud. You see what I'm talking about? No, not the link, but what I just said right there.
Hold on. It hasn't appeared yet, but the last comment I see from you is I mean.
No, I'm talking about in the StreamYard chat.
Arabic definite article.
Don't read it. Just that what I just said right there, because you guys in here can see it. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
That's the thing. That's your problem. That's your thing right there.
Well, that I haven't come across yet. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I'm not familiar with that. But it's been said for the longest that this was a lunar deity. It's been said for the longest. But there's some kind of things that when you delve into that, your life can be in danger.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Your life can be in danger. But the things that
life is in danger for what, brother?
No, that's bigger than you and the nation there, bro. We ain't even trying to get into that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you're scared, say
But
you're scared then.
well, brother, you've been scared. You've been scared of saying that this here is the type, is what the Arabs of the 7th century look like. You just couldn't say it. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. It's all good.
Brother, I already said.
You know,
I already
no.
said that
Okay,
it was
okay.
amalgamated. It was assimilated.
Okay.
You're not going to push me in the corner and saying they all look one way.
No, I'm not saying all.
And
I'm
you
asking.
can't even
hold on, bro. I'm
verify
asking for
that.
I'm asking the majority. You see, and now you can show and prove that you are not scared. The Arabs of the 7th century, the majority of the Arabs of the 7th century, did they look like type A? I mean, type 1, type 2, or type 3? What's your answer, brother?
Brother, that's irrelevant. I already admitted that those populations was mixed.
It's okay. It's okay.
That the populations was mixed.
Now you see the things that we were talking about Allah, and Allah
What are
was
you
worshipped
saying?
even Allah was
Nothing.
worshipped even before Allah. But then you're trying to say it's the feminine part. But when we read the Quran and when we read the Sunnah, there's no such thing as a feminine part of God.
Well,
According to the Quran
gotta-
and the Sunnah, this is only Allah. The rest is shirk. Shirk is association. Is the worst sin
Who told
in
you that?
Islam.
Who told you that?
Who told me what?
Who told you that a God don't have a feminine part? What does Rahman mean? What does Rahman mean?
Well, tell me.
What is the chief? No, you saying it like you know it. So you saying God ain't got no feminine parts on. What does Rahman mean?
Feminine or masculine, it doesn't have any.
Okay, what does
he doesn't have
Rahman
any
mean? What does it mean?
No matter what Rahman mean.
What you mean? No matter what Rahman mean? That's the chief attribute.
Isn't it the beneficent?
What is the consonant root? RHM. What does that mean?
Well, you tell me then.
It means mercy.
Okay.
And what does it have to do with God having a female counterpart?
What else does it mean?
I got a TT named Mercy.
It means womb. It means womb.
Brother, you're really reaching right now. You're just.
I'm not reaching anywhere.
Yes, you're reaching right now.
The consonant root RHM not only means merciful, it means womb, uterus. Yes. Yes. That's what it means, brother.
Can you put that in the chat so we can I would like to see that one. I'm not calling you out.
The consonant root RHM.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't put it in the chat right now, but that's the Arabic.
Okay. Well,
the Arabic language.
Listen.
Uterus,
just to answer your question,
mercy.
when you ask me who told me that, I'm just going to read from the Quran, just so that it's clear for everybody if they're not familiar with that. Now, okay, is it showing on the screen now? Yes, it is. So it's a bit small. This is Surah 1112. Surah is the chapter, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, say, He is Allah, the only one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to go further. The only one. Later on, we have, He is Allah, the one and unique. It doesn't talk about and his feminine counterpart. This is something that you're adding on to. This is something you're adding. This is your interpretation. This is your flavor. But in the Arabic world, in the Muslim world, sorry, they call it shirk. The ultimate sin. The only one. This is the Quran. And are you going to refute the Quran now?
No, brother, I can't refute the Quran. But what I will say is, look up the meaning of Rahman.
Yeah, we still have this other situation on the table here as far as like dealing with E. Okay. According to the map that I put in the situation there, E is African. I didn't see any outside source for E. You there, bro?
Yeah, hello. You was talking to Shaka?
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, what you say, bro?
Yeah, so there's no outside source for E. Everything you got E, and then you go into J, J1, J2, and the third. Yeah, there's no outside source for E.
There's no outside source for who? EM96?
Yeah, for E. Yeah.
Yeah, the source is EM96. The source of all the E markers is EM96. Now, again, we would have to go back to DE. Where did DE split?
Hold on. I'll keep talking. I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Just 1 second. Majai Commander, what's the source of that thing that you sent to me in the private chat?
Oh, which one? Talk about that read.
Well, the last two things you sent to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
it's in part. This one's from the Britannica.
Oh, is it from Britannica? Okay.
That's from the Britannica. I'm going to give you another one.
Yeah, Shaka. I had came in with a source for the sister Anuket too on her L3.
I think
so she could get a little more.
Okay. Yes, she did. She said something because she said something to me. I thought
more insight on her L3, and the source is PubMed.gov. Carriers of mitochondrial DNA macro haplogroup L3 basal lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago. That is June of 2018. You know, that's just to give the sister a little more in-depth background on her L3 haplogroup. You know, L3 is a macro haplogroup, meaning it's huge. It's all over Africa. But the origin is towards the east. It's from the east. Actually, they say in this one here, Vincent M. Cabrera, 2018, migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago. And that's a 2018 scientific article. PubMed.gov.
And brother Majai Commander, for that quote just before when it says La means do you have any reference to that? Like who says that, for example?
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put this in there. Now I was looking for it for you.
Okay.
There's one. It's a few of them. Okay.
Because the Wikipedia article is disputing that.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah, we're not even worried about that. Hold on. I got a few of them.
Yes, sister. I think that would explain the Southeast Asian. Because L3 and pre-L3 as well are in the Levant.
This is one of them situations, Shaka, where you had to eat eat the meat, bro, and spit out the bones. It's one of those situations because they're gonna, and of course, you know, people gonna battle back and forth, especially in Wikipedia. They'll change and rearrange it.
Yes, of course,
all the time.
Well, you know, brothers and sisters, I'm very pleased because today we got some clarity, particularly regarding this. Whenever you hear our brothers or sisters talk about jet black Arabians, this is what they're talking about. This people looking like Osama bin Laden, people looking like Saddam Hussein.
Mm-hmm.
So they are misleading you. They are just misleading you because well, anybody who says that the Arabs of the 7th century were jet black, anybody who says that Muhammad ibn Abdullah and his family were jet black, that's what they so you just picture Saddam Hussein. That's what they mean. You picture Osama bin Laden. Well, those people here on the screen, that's what they look like to me.
Yeah. There's no, man, you can't say they were jet black, bro. That's no.
Well, but that's what Wesley Muhammad says, and he's not the only one. But
we can't do that.
If you look up Keyshawn Arabs right now, you'll see jet black Arabs. If you look up Keyshawn, KISHON
that's
Arabs,
right now.
you will
That's right.
find jet black
Okay.
Arabs.
Well, no,
that's
that
right
right
now.
now,
Yeah,
Northwest Arabia.
you can't do that. Now I would give it to Bilal.
Yes, you can.
I would
Yes,
give
you can.
the darker color to Bilal. I would do that. But as far as him and Bilal and there's another brother, but I mean, because they were African.
Yeah, they were Ethiopian or Abyssinian
Right,
or
exactly.
Habashi.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
I give them that. But you know, they were helping the prophet out, bro.
But you know, you have some people, and I think that our famous Asiatic PhD is in that opinion, but we have some people who claim that Bilal was not a Habashi. Now I have to double check for the scholar. That's why I didn't say his name. But we have some people who claim that Bilal was not Ethiopian, that he was actually an Arab. You see, I mean, it will never end. It will never end. We have some people who like to talk about the son, one of the son of Prophet Muhammad. He was actually adopted, and he had some Ethiopian. He was of Ethiopian descent. He was basically biracial. So some people, they are trying to be slick. They talk about his physical description, and because he was described as black, more or less, then they come to the conclusion that, well, if his son was black, then it means that Muhammad was black, you know.
Yeah. No.
And they love also to talk about different companions, people more or less close to Muhammad as being described as black. For a strange reason, you don't find any description of Muhammad described as black in the Hadith. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. As a matter of fact, there's a Hadith.
It is too in the Hadith. That's a lie. It is too in the Hadith. You have conflicting Hadith. You have Hadith where they say he's a white man, and you have Hadith where they say his skin was black or he was dark skinned.
Okay. Can you please quote? Can you
That's
please
false.
tell me which? Can you please tell me which Hadith says that his skin was black? It doesn't exist.
Sure.
I can tell you straight away.
No,
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And I have a whole article about that. You see, and now that I'm talking about it, I might as well just show it to the people, and I'll share the link. Allah of Prophet Muhammad at the emergence of Islam, and color. I'll put color of the Arabs. Well, you know what? I'll put color of Prophet Muhammad and the Arabs of the 7th century. Okay, so that's the article there. And one thing that was interesting is that we are told, hold on, where does it say that he was not? There it is, Sahih Muslim. Now it's a bit small on screen, but this is Sahih Muslim, Hadith 2347, narrated by Anas bin Malik, and it says about Muhammad, Laisa bilabiyadi alamhaki wala bil adami. So if you translate that in English, it says that he was neither glaringly white or extremely white, nor brown. We have one of the hadith considered to be Sahih. Sahih, you can translate that by authentic. Well, we are told that Prophet Muhammad was not even brown. So if he's not even brown, how could he be black? Damn. You see? So the reason why I asked our brother, Asiatic Lion, what's the word for, what's the hadith that describes Muhammad as black? You heard he didn't quote it because it doesn't exist. The best he can do is to tell you one hadith where it's described as asmar, and asmar mainly means brown. But that hadith happens to be gharib, which means odd or strange, you see, and it is from At-Tirmidhi, you see, and the author himself says that it is gharib, it is strange. So on the corpus of the authentic hadith, he is described indeed as white. There's no contradiction. There's not a hadith that is sahih. I mean, some people might put up hadith out of space, but the ones that are considered authentic, none of them describe him as black. And the primary word for black in Arabic is aswad. You have variations, sawad, and so on. But that's it. So indeed, those brothers and sisters who talk about,
I got it right here, Shaka.
Okay, I'm listening.
Al, let's get the name right. Al Tirmidhi, Tirmidhi. The number is 279/892. In his Jami al-Sahih reports on the authority of famous companion of the Prophet, Anas B. Malik. The messenger of Allah was of medium stature, neither tall nor short, with a beautiful dark brown complexion, body. His hair was neither curly nor completely straight, and when he walked, he leaned forward. That's one account of him being a dark or brown-skinned man.
What?
Or what we would commonly call today black.
Your sources. Okay, no. Go ahead.
You know, because Brother Shaka tried to make it seem like a brother, like I just come up here, you know, lying and just making up stuff or something like that. Wow. You know, and I think that's pretty you know, that's pretty underhanded. You know.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear you, brother.
My laptop is restarting. I don't know what happened, but I will deal with that. I have an article about that. That's the hadith that is strange.
Why is it strange?
Well, why is it strange? Because
it says he's dark brown. Because it says he's dark brown. It's strange because it says he's dark brown.
Listen.
What's strange about it?
Listen. It doesn't say black. It doesn't say jet black. It uses the word asmar. And the author, I want people to understand that my laptop is restarting, so I will be able to, because I had shared the screen, but it went away. But my laptop is restarting, so I will show to the brothers and sisters, to everybody, that the author of the Hadith collection, At-Tirmidhi himself, he labeled that Hadith as Gharib, which means strange. That's the best they can do. The best that those people can do is to put up with a hadith that doesn't say black, but brown, and even that one is strange. It's not sahih, it's not authentic. And
it don't say, it says sahih on the hadith. I could give you the number. It says sahih.
It says Gharib. You can look it up. It means strange.
279/892. Jami Sahih.
Well, be patient. It's because of some updates. It's 85% now. So my laptop will start. But I share the link in the chat, so people can click on that link. Go scroll and scroll to the link that says why some people claim that Prophet Muhammad was black. And there you have the whole breakdown. But now it's 90%. It won't be long. I'll go through this article. But it says Gharib. So that's what it's called.
We also have Musa al-Kazim. The number on that is 183-7999. The 7th century Imam. He was deep brown, Asma, AMIQ, or black complexion.
Asma means brown. It doesn't mean black.
Well, obviously, Shaka, we talking about melanated individuals. I mean, if you want them to be the color of carbon, you know, that's cool. But we know we're talking about black people, at least in the description.
We're talking about people
as we have seen, people who look like Osama bin Laden, people who look like Saddam Hussein,
Well,
people who are brown in comparison to a Russian.
Osama is a mixed is mixed, you know. But they saying brown, dark brown.
Osama is mixed. So what do you mean when you say he's mixed? He's a brother. He's mixed like who? Like Obama, like Barack Obama.
Well, brother, I know we have conflicting accounts in the Hadith, brother. Some people say he was dark brown, what we would consider a black man today, and some people say different.
I'm going to share the article and I'm going to deal with that. There is. So it's quite small actually. Let's see if we can make it larger.
And we would have to really understand the colloquialism anyway of classical Arabic.
I just gonna deal with that, you know, so that people can understand. And I'm actually going to quote that scholar that you like. You see.
We got Tariq Berry too.
Well, I don't think that Tariq Berry translates. Well, he might claim. You know what's interesting is that if you are very familiar with Tariq Berry, I have his book. And he has talked about the color asma, and he showed some gazelle. Now, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, but it's this animal. And I think he even shared pictures on his board. But this animal is like has a brown, beige color, like yellowish color. So once again, it's in agreement with the complexion that we've seen from the tomb of Ramesses III. Where does that echo come from? Maybe I should.
What you mean, like the color of the Nubian Impics? Or the aura?
Okay, but anyway, let's go in order. But I'm wondering why I have that echo. Well, never mind, I have to deal with it. So, why some people claim that Prophet Muhammad was black skinned? They are practicing linguistic acrobatics with the word abiyad, which is the main word for, which is the main word in Arabic for white.
Yeah.
By claiming, oh, I think I know why I have an echo because of the page that I've opened up. That's what. Let me upload this one.
You do know that we have tribes of East Africans who are blacks that call themselves white. The Adomar of East Africa.
Oh, okay.
Kushites. They call themselves white men, but they are black by our standards.
Okay. So, do I still have the echo?
No.
I don't. Okay. That's more comfortable.
Adomar.
I'll let this charge. I don't need this one anymore. Okay. So, they are practicing linguistic acrobatics with the word abiyad, which is the main word in Arabic for white, by claiming that it actually means black and noble. For that matter, they are using a quote from Ibn Mandur's Arabic lexicon called Lisan al-Arab. And they are using a hadith from Sunan al-Tirmidhi. That's the one, right, brother Afro-Asiatic? Yeah. Sunan al-Tirmidhi. Okay, we are in agreement on this one. Where Anas bin Malik described Muhammad with the word asma, which means brown. Here is why they claim that abiyad means black and noble. In the book God's Black Prophet, need to charge my laptop so it doesn't die on me. So here is why they claim that abiyad means black and noble. In the book God's Black Prophet, page 74, Dr. Wesley Muhammad wrote, Syrian scholar Shams al-Din al-Dhahabi affirms, when Arabs say, and mind you, this scholar, quoted by Dr. Wesley Muhammad, died in 1348, 700 years after Muhammad. So 700 years after Muhammad, he says, well, when they meant that 700 years ago, it means this and that. Amazingly, we don't have any record of the Arabs of the day, of the 7th century, to say, well, when we use the word abiyad, we mean this or that. But that's just for the record.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Usman al-Jahiz said the same thing.
Hold on. When Arabs say, hold on. When Arabs say, okay, all right. Can I? Do you allow me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. When Arabs say so and so is white, Abyad, they mean a golden brown complexion with a black embellishment. Golden brown, al-hinti al-loon bihilya suda, like the complexion of the people of India, brown and black. Asmar wa Adam, i.e., a clear, refined blackness, Sawad al-Takrur. Ibn Manzur affirmed the same. The Arabs don't say that a man is white or a white man, Rajul Abiyad, due to a white complexion. Rather, whiteness, al-Abiyad, with them means an external appearance that is free from blemish. When they mean a white complexion, they say red, ahmar. When the Arabs say so-and-so is white, Abiyad, Baida, they mean a noble character, not skin color. It is when they say so-and-so is red that they mean white skin, and the Arabs attribute white skin to slaves. But Abiyad clearly means white. This is me saying that. And a brief demonstration will bear witness to that fact. In the book God's Black Prophet, the same book that I quoted, page 71, Dr. Wesley Muhammad wrote, At-Tirmidhi, there's an extra R then that I will have to correct, that I will have to remove. Al-Tirmidhi also reports, or maybe that's the way it was, I've put Sig, but anyway, from Anas bin Malik, the messenger of Allah was neither tall, such that he would stand out, nor was he short. He was not albino white. And this is what he says there. Al-Abiyad al-Amhak. So the word for albino is al-Amhak. Since it says that Prophet Muhammad is not albino white, it obviously shows without a doubt that Abiyad means white. This is the way that Western Muhammad translated the word Abiyad. The same word that he tried to claim means black or brown and so on. Here it translated is as white. It's a huge contradiction that he made in his own book. And just a few pages apart, 3 pages apart. That's page 71. On page 74, he tried to translate Abiyad as something like that has to do with blackness. Okay? So, it is not possible that Al-Abiyad al-Amhak mean albino black, not even albino brown, let alone albino noble. Everybody knows that albino is something very white. Okay? And unfortunately for the adepts of linguistic gymnastics, the description of Prophet Muhammad not being albino white is found in many hadiths. For instance, in Sahih Muslim hadith 2347, that's one that I've read before. Okay? It is also found in Sahih Bukhari hadith 3547 and 3548. Now, here are other examples demonstrating that Abiyad clearly means white. Guess who I'm going to quote again? Wesley Muhammad, on the same book and same page 71.
Oh boy.
He wrote, Ibn Mandur reports that Al-Sumra is a degree between white and what's in bracket? Al-Bayad. Bayad is the same as Abiyad. It's just a variation, you know. And black, Al-Aswad. And it is that in the human complexions, camels, etc. You see? So that's one other instance where Wesley Muhammad translated Bayad, an alternative of Abiyad, as white. Second instance, according to Ibn Athir, Al-Sumra, blackness, predominates over its whiteness. And the Arabic says, Al-Sumra, Al-Adhi, Yakhilbu, Sawaduhu ala Bayadihi. And we have Bayad again. This is a variation of Abiyad. So I gave you 2 instances of Western Muhammad translating the word whiteness with Bayad. Okay. And we have another example, page 75 and 76 of the same book. Wesley wrote further, as David Goldenberg notes, white in pre-modern Arabic was about luminosity, not chromaticity. Arab usage distinguished between whiteness related to redness or white-skinness, which is al-bayad once again, and whiteness related to yellowness, al-bayad once again. So I showed you several instances where even Western Muhammad himself translated that word bayad / abiyad as white. Okay,
on God's Black Prophet, page 77, it says, the messenger of Allah was luminous of complexion, Azar al-Lun. His face shone with resplendence like that of a full moon, and his Azar and Abiyat complexion had a luster, Nur. You mentioned that the brother Afro-Asiatic mentioned Nur earlier. Indeed, in Arabic, it means something like light, luminous, resembling that of a statue made of clear silver. Now, brothers and sisters, the reason why I quoted this from Wesley Muhammad is that we are told that the face of Prophet Muhammad shone, so he was shining, his face was shining like that of a full moon. Does a full moon look black? Not at all.
No.
Does clear silver look black? Not at all. Now, finally, this is a quote that our brother this is the hadith that our brother has quoted. Here is the use of Sunan al-Tirmidhi by those who claim that Muhammad was black skinned. In the book God's Black Prophet, Wesley Muhammad wrote, when we examine the classical Arabic literature, our expectations of a black-skinned Muhammad are not disappointed. Imam Abu Isa Muhammad B. Isa al-Tirmidhi was a black Arab from the famously black and beautiful Banu Sulaim. He is the author of the Jami al-Tirmidhi, also called Sunan al-Tirmidhi, one of the 6 orthodox collections of Sunni hadith. He is also the author of the famous Al-Shama'il al-Muhammadiyya, the noble qualities of Muhammad, a collection of hadith describing the Prophet. Al-Tirmidhi reports in both collections a report on the authority of the famous companion of the Prophet, Anas bin Malik. The Messenger of Allah was of medium stature, neither tall nor short, with a beautiful dark brown complexion body. Hassan al-Jism Asmar al-Lun. His hair was neither curly nor completely straight, and when he walked, he leant forward. Now note that the word dark is nowhere to be seen. Okay, Hassan means beautiful, al-Jism means body, Asmar means brown, and al-Lun means complexion. Okay, so Dr. Wesley Muhammad himself, in his book, God's Black Prophet, page 70, wrote, Asmar means brown. Now, brother Afro-Asiatic, I don't know if you remember, but I told you earlier that Asmar doesn't mean black, that it means brown. Now, here is your doctor. Here is your PhD. He wrote himself on page 70 of his book, God's Black Prophet, that Asmar means brown.
Nothing. What's wrong with that?
Okay, so
obviously we're talking about melanated people, melanated tribes.
Okay, light-skinned Indians are called brown, bro.
But
and they're mixed.
He didn't say ethnicity. He said that they were brown. He didn't say nothing about light-skinned Indians, brown-skinned Indians.
It sounds like you're having it sounds like you're having a change of heart, because earlier,
no, I'm not saying
people heard you. The people heard you. Okay, but
are black people considered brown people, brother?
The argument that you made earlier was not about brown. You made the argument about black.
Either way, we're talking about black people.
Okay, so everybody can witness that we go from jet black to brown.
And what difference does that make?
Well, it makes a huge difference.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, I'll tell you why.
You're still talking about an African base. You're still talking about black people.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you why. Because some Italians are brown, some Spanish people are brown.
Yeah.
And some Italians got Hannibal in them. And what you saying?
Okay. All right. I heard. Now
that means nothing, because if you were to confront an Indian person, the mixed kind, and said that they were black, they'll go off on you.
Some Italians got Hannibal in them. Sicily, yeah.
Okay, fine. That was just for the record. Now listen. First, this hadith is qualified as Gharib by Imam al-Tirmidhi himself. Right underneath it says, he said, there are narrations on this topic from Aisha, Al-Bara, Abu Hurairah, Ibn Abbas, Abu Sa'id, Jabir, Wa'il bin Ujr, and Hani. Abu Isa said, the hadith of Anas is a Hasan Sahih Gharib. See, brother, earlier you mentioned Sahih, but you forgot the Gharib. Okay, so the hadith of Anas is a Hasan Sahih Gharib hadith from this route as a narration of Humayd. And this is the book. Okay, this is the book, and this is the part here where you have the English translation. The hadith of Anas is Hasan Sahih Gharib, and here obviously is the Arabic on the right, so every Arabic speakers can read it. Now, Gharib means odd. And This is even mentioned on page 25 of the same book on the introduction to Jami at-Tirmidhi, where Abu Khalil, which is a translator, he wrote in a section about this book the following. In Jami al-Usul, Ibn Athir said, it is the best of the books. Is described in the book At-Tirmidhi. It is the best of the books, having the most benefit, the best organization with the least repetition. It contains what others do not contain, like mention of the different madhabs, or which means views, angles of arguments, and clarifying the circumstances of the hadith being authentic, that's sahih for the record, weak, and gharib. And in parentheses, what do we have for gharib? Odd. The translator of the book said that, not me. I'm not making this up. As well as disparaging and endorsing remarks regarding narrators. So here is the page 25, and what I read is there. You see? Just there. You see? So that's the edition for the record. Okay. Copyright 2007. And that's from the final review is by the Islamic Research Section of Darussalam. Okay. Darussalam, global leader in Islamic book. I'm sure that a lot of Muslims know this publisher. You see? And for the record, we have other hadith from Jami at-Tirmidhi, the same author that described Muhammad with whiteness, not brown. And that's number 274, 2826, 2826, 3623, and 3638. Okay. And thirdly, it is reported that Anas gave description of Prophet Muhammad as being white on several occasions in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. In Sahih Bukhari, that's hadith 63, 371, 1031, and in Sahih Muslim, that's in 3325 and 4437. Okay. And lastly, this is an addition. It wasn't there when I first published this article, but Ibn Mandur about the word Abyad in Lisan al-Arab. Okay. This is the article of Wesley Mohammed from his own blog. And I think the blog, I don't know if the blog is still on now. Oh yeah, the blog is still there. So let me, I'm sharing the link so everybody can have a look and see I'm not making it up. So Dr. Wesley Mohammed's blog. I'll share the link, and this is what he shows there. Abyad/Bayad, which means white. So you don't have to take my word for it when I say that Bayad is an alternative or a variation of Abyad. The PhD said it himself. Now, here's the definition of Asmar in Ibn Manzur Lisan al-Arab. Okay, as quoted by the website, the Arabic lexicon, Hawramani, and you have the link as well. Okay, so you have the breakdown here. Samar, okay, that's for Asmar. You have Al-Sumratu, and Al-Mami.com gives the following definition for Al-Sumratu, excuse me. A brown skin color resulting from exposure to ultraviolet light. Brownness, tan. So a Russian can go to the beach, to the sun, and get a tan, and it can be labeled as brown or Asmar. See? Second one, Munzila, and that's a class or a degree. Okay? You have Bain, that's between, among, and finally Al-Bayad, the translation is white. Okay? And Aswad, I told you that's black. Now, lastly, in Ibn Mandur, that all these people love to quote to try to say that Abyad means black instead of white. In his Lisan al-Arab, the most famous Arabic lexicon, here is the definition of Bayad, or white. And he starts, that's the way he starts. Al-Abyad, Dida al-Aswad. And that means whiteness, opposite of blackness. So this proves that the color white and black were considered opposite back then, just like it is in modern time.
And I want people to understand that if they want to remember one thing out of all of these things, because it was a bit long and maybe it was a bit technical because you heard some Arabic terms, those people try to make you think that the Arabs, including Muhammad ibn Abdullah, were black or jet black in the 7th century. They love to quote Ibn Mandur in his work called Lisan al-Arab, which means the Arabic language, okay? The way he starts his description of the word Abyad is Dida al-Aswad, opposite of blackness. Does that leave any doubt or any room for any other interpretation? When this famous lexicon says that Abyad is the opposite of blackness. Because remember, Wesley Muhammad and his homies, they try to make you think that Abyad is a degree of blackness. But the main author that he's using for his premise says that Abyad is the opposite of blackness. I will leave you with that, brothers and sisters. Did you know about this, Brother Afro-Asiatic, that Ibn Mandur said that Abyad is the opposite of blackness?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Shaka. One is a description of character, and the other one is an actual description of the skin color of the individual. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Brother,
I'm aware of that.
Brother, the text is there. It doesn't talk about character.
Are you aware that there are Africans in East Africa right now that describe themselves as white men, and they are what we would call black people? The Adomara of East Africa. We can't act like Africans don't carry the title of white in a symbolic sense, because they do, and it's a fact.
That's a European thing though. Like that came from.
That's not European. The Adomara are not Europeans at all. They are very black people.
No. I didn't say that was they. I didn't say they were European, but that's the same. That's the same way with the Fube. The Fube think that they're white. They came from the Middle East and third, and some may have, but that's really not the case.
Because it's a description of spotless character. It's not a description necessarily of the skin tone.
Yeah, but
it's used that way in classical Arabic.
But with that mindset that they have, bro, they actually enslaved. Let me stop that. Shaka, I appreciate having me on, man. In the third Radio 1 if you're around, Hotep. Hey, man, keep doing your thing there, and Andy Addict. Hey, man, just keep doing your thing. Just study in the third, bro. I'm going to holler at you guys later, man. Hotep,
brother. And what I want to say in response to what our brother Asiatic Lion said, he's talked about the character, the noble character. But I will tell you why it doesn't apply. Because in those different hadith, and I've shared the link already, in those different hadith, you have descriptions of the white arm of Prophet Muhammad, the right leg or thigh of Prophet Muhammad. Him being white, that's one thing. People can talk about the character, but when they talk about the white thigh, the white arm, there's no such thing as a noble character of an arm or a noble character of a leg. So it kills the argument of nobility or character. Just kills it simply, unless anyone would like to tell me that there's such thing as a noble arm or a noble leg.
Can we hear from Uthman al-Jahiz and what he had to say about the Prophet Muhammad's family?
Yes, we can, but that's not the Sahih Hadith collection. So
that is true. It's Uthman al-Jahiz and his take. It's on page 48 of the Ancient Black Hebrews and Arabs. The Prophet's family. Al-Jahiz also tells us of the family of Prophet Muhammad's grandfather, the 10 lordly sons of Abid al-Muttalib were very black in color and large of body. Al-Jahiz went on to speak of wholly black Arab tribes.
And do you have the Arabic for that?
Do I have the Arabic? No, I got it in English. In this book, the Ancient Black Hebrews and Arabs by Anu Mbantu and Gert Mueller.
It will be interesting to have the Arabic to know what words are used for black, because maybe it's Asmar, maybe it's Abiad, because we have many black people today, including Western Muhammad, who translate Asmar as black, who translate Abiad as black, when Asmar means brown and Abiad means white. So maybe he said Abiad.
We splitting hairs between brown and black. We know we're talking about black people. We know we're talking about melanated people. We splitting hairs with that.
We know we're talking about the people who look like Osama bin Laden, like we have established earlier.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what he said, brown.
Well, but we have established earlier, and I don't even need to dwell on that because the people have seen it. If people would just come right now and go back a little bit, and when I was asking our dear brother Afro-Asiatic what type the Arabs look like, he wouldn't say the jet black type. So it's obvious that Asma means brown, and brown, that means, for those who don't know, someone looking like Osama bin Laden.
Al-Jahiz didn't say anything about Osama bin Laden. But you know,
but you did.
I didn't say nothing about Osama bin Laden. Al-Jahiz didn't either.
Yes, you
no,
did say that.
That was the brother that just left who said something about Osama bin Laden. That wasn't me.
But then you added to it and you said that Osama bin Laden was mixed. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, I said he was mixed.
There it is.
That's the only thing I said. I never used him as a reference point for what original Arabs were. I never said that.
Okay.
I said the Kishan. I said populations in the Hijaz. But you know, thanks a lot, Hotep, brother Shaka. You know, blessings to you. You know, blessings to the platform. Salutes to brother Radio 1. And what's the brother's name that was just up here?
Magi Commander. Magi.
Oh yeah, okay. And peace to the brother Magi Commander. Thanks a lot, Shaka.
You're welcome, brother.
Yes.
I'm
Peace, brother.
I drop off and listen.
All right.
Yes.
Well, actually, I'm going to put it to an end. So, brother Radio 1, I'm going to let you make your closing remarks. Feel free, brother.
Oh yes, indeed. Yes, I was taking care of some business. I was still listening in, but I mean, this is not my area, you know, but Islam and Arabia, but I know a little about it. But I'm just going to say that we would not be having this argument if the Arabs had left images of themselves. The Islamic Arabs that conquered Egypt. And this is why people can learn from the Egyptians and the Assyrians. When they made their conquests, when they had the empire, they left images of themselves. So if they had left images of themselves, then there will be no argument. You can go to the image, but unfortunately, we don't have any color or images that depicts these Arabs, and we just go by writings, and you can take certain words and you can twist them however you want them to mean, but images say it all, And
but brother, just for the record, I apologize for cutting you off, but we have some depictions of Arabs, but not paintings that I know of. But we have some depictions like in the Louvre Museum. I show them, and it's actually from Arabia and Southern Arabia, from Yemen, because people love to talk about the Yemenites being darker than the people. But there are some statues of faces, not many, but there are some. But as far as painting, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, definitely. I understand that, but like the Islamic Arabs during the time of Muhammad, they should have left detailed images.
Oh, that's even before. That's even before. Actually, you know what?
Yeah,
it will be good for me to show it to the people so they can have an idea of what they look like. So I hope I will find it. Oh, there it is. Arabs before Muhammad. Well, first I will share the link in the chat so everybody can see it in their own time. So Arabs before. Oh, is it still cut it off now?
Oh yeah, you're good now. You're good now.
So I've shared the link in the chat, and now we'll show the video. It won't be long, just so the people can have an idea. So, oh no, that's just the intro. Or past the intro. You know what? I will put the sound this time so people can hear it. It won't be long. So let me do it again. It was before Muhammad. And now
Arabs and ancient Arabs and Yemenites, Louvre Museum, Paris, France. I will show you 4 artifacts. First, okay, I will start there. Now, there's this one. This is the artifact number 4. The one I just, this one also, number 3. Okay. The one I just showed you is number 6. Okay. And this one, number 7. All right. So let's start with number 3.
And you know what? I've decided to stop it because I've shared the link in the chat so people can watch the video and they will see that I show the description and I show the reference and I show the dates. But like the title says, that's before Muhammad. So if they look like that before Muhammad, I don't see how they will look blacker, later on. So please continue, brother. Feel free to make your closing remarks.
Yes. Just want to say that it's very dangerous to call these people black. Like when I was in Florida and pretty much all over the world, you have black people, they want to call Hispanics black, Puerto Ricans black, and black people got to stop doing that. We gotta acknowledge who is really black and stop calling people who's not black, because, and the reason why I say it's dangerous, because it's going to come back to bite you. Okay. When National Geographic and Hollywood depicts the ancient Egyptians as white or Arab looking, don't get mad, because you made them black. You made them black. Stop calling them black. It's very dangerous to call these people black. They're not black. You got to start calling actual black people black and stop calling these people black, because it's very dangerous and it causes much confusion. And this is the very reason why Egypt get whitewashed a lot, because we call them the wrong people black.
And brother, I'm sorry, but I want to have your opinion about one point. And but before that, I want to show that to the people. Afro-Asiatic wrote, Shaka, stop showing weak sculptures that doesn't reflect the entire population. Now, everything that our brother doesn't agree with, it has to be weak. That's the Louvre Museum. That's not me. Now, if you have other sculptures to show, then be my guest, you see. Now, I haven't claimed that it reflects the entire population, but this is what we have, and we have to do with what's available. That's the way it works. But my question to you, brother Radio One, what do you think about people who claim that Cleopatra was black? What is your take on that?
Yeah, I think that they know nothing about history, and they absolutely do not know what they're talking about. Yeah, because if they knew the history, if they knew the chronology, then they will know that Cleopatra was not black.
Because some of them claim that she was just black, full-blooded black, if that's acceptable as an expression, and others claim that she was biracial. And I usually ask them, where do you get that from? Like, where do you get that her father or her mother was black? You see. And I was told about a mention of one of her half sister, who, according to DNA, was mixed. But I was like, that's her half sister. It's possible that her father or mother had a child with a black person, But as far as Cleopatra goes, whoever claims that she's black or mixed race or biracial, please provide the evidence from a specialist, from a scholar, from a PhD, from a historian, where it is argued or claimed that she was black or biracial. You see. But I agree with Radio One. She was from the dynasty of the Ptolemy
So if you know the chronology, which is late period, and if you know the history, the Ptolemy dynasty, basically the Greeks, I don't see how a Greek of the 4th century and beyond will be black. But please feel free with your closing remarks.
Oh yes. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, she was definitely of Macedonian Greek. You know, and they say, you know, DNA says that's what DNA says, you know, and you know my stance on DNA. I don't believe in DNA, but yeah, just you know, you gotta stop calling people black. I mean, our people first of all, you know, they're calling the wrong people black. You know, they're not sticking to real history. You know, they're not sticking to ancient writings. They just making up history, and it's a mess. You know, and you know, when Herodotus called the Egyptians black, you know, he called the Egyptians black. He didn't call the Assyrians black. He didn't call the Arabs black. He didn't call the Arabians black. He didn't call the Phoenicians black. He called the people who were actually black, meaning the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. Okay, those were the real black people. And we have to stop the confusion, and the wall art says it all, you know. And we know when we look at the Hollywood movies, you know, the characters on there look nothing like the wall art, and they're definitely not black. So yeah, so when black people can stop calling these Middle Easterners and Asiatics black, then maybe we would start seeing some truth come out. But yeah, you know, you really can't blame the white racists, because you got to blame yourself too. You know, black people, you got to blame yourself, because you keep it up with the ignorance and the foolishness of calling these people black. Okay, and you had the nerves to get mad when they depict the Egyptians as white and Arab looking. Okay, but you just, without even knowing, you just made them black. You just you just validated it. So why are you getting mad? Stop calling these people black, and then things will start to make sense, and then we will start seeing some real truth. You know, but you know, and this, you know, that's all I gotta say, Brother Shaka. You know, I don't want to hold it too long, but yeah, I mean, stop calling people black who are not black.
And I'm thank you so much, Brother Radio One. I'm so glad you said that, because a lot of time we don't think about it. But yes, you're right. We scream racism. And we're doing the same thing that they accuse other people of doing, this cultural appropriation, you know? I mean,
yes.
Hannibal, I don't have too much information about that. But I don't know why they claim he was black. There's that coin, I think it comes from, is it G.A. Rogers? There's a coin allegedly showing or depicting Hannibal. But when it comes to now, even the Greeks, even the Macedonian Greeks, the Ptolemy dynasty, will make a prominent figure, which is Cleopatra. We make her black. We make the Arabs black. We make the Jew, Hebrew Israelites black. We're doing that same thing, that cultural appropriation. That's what we're doing. And then we want to cry and complain when they're doing the same thing in the movies. That's just being biased. That's just being unfair. That's really being unfair. But Magi Commander, I saw you came back, so you probably have something that you really wanted to get off your chest. So feel free.
Radio One say don't believe in DNA, bro. I had to come back to the house to talk to you about that. Hey, that's the best. Listen, man, that's the best thing that you can have at this point. You just have to learn how to interpret it, man. And then on top of that, here's the thing. This is the shocker. Okay, as far as Cleopatra being black. Okay. So yeah, I'm one of the ones that'll say she's mixed. Okay, I would be one of the ones that say that. The reason being is because, okay, we all know that no Roman or any soldier for that matter brings women with them into, you know, into new colonies as much. Now, of course, they've been there for a minute. I understand. I get that. But you're in a situation where you have the abundance of African people, and they date or mix all the time. So I mean, it's not crazy to say that she was mixed. She was a mixed person. If she was half Egyptian, okay, well then that's obvious, because you don't have any white Egyptians. They're not indigenous. You see what I'm saying? I mean,
but you understand that the rulers were the Ptolemy dynasty. Now, I'm not saying there were no black people left in Egypt, but is there any evidence? Is there any historian that ever said that she was biracial, or that ever gave evidence for her being biracial, or that even said that he or she believes that she was biracial?
Well, no, there are certain things that I can't really just pull up at the drop of a hat, but at the same time, I mean, we can reverse that and say who's to say that the Ptolemies were exactly white?
So, are you trying to imply that the Ptolemies were not white, the Greek Macedonians? Or I mean, that might sound like an oxymoron, but the Macedonians / Greek, because that's what they were considered as. Do you imply?
Well, I mean,
the Macedonians, like Alexander the Greek, Alexander the Great.
That goes right there with the Italian argument. Like, are the Italians actually white?
But to me, they are. But so Alexander the Great, as far as you're concerned, was he black or white?
I would say that he would be in my classification. I would classify him as white, but at the same time, in a real so-called real white person from Northwest Europe, he would not be classified as white.
It would be darker. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Exactly.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, because indeed, I've said it many times. Someone from Italy. Sorry, I said it the French way. Someone from Italy, someone from Spain, will most likely be darker than a Russian, or someone from Norway or Denmark.
Right.
See? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to let you can finish. I have something to say to Radio 1 on the issue.
Well, feel free then. Feel free.
Okay. So, see, this is one of those things where you can battle with Europeans, okay? Because for the simple fact that if you're claiming Cleopatra to be black, just like you would claim Obama to be black, actually, is Obama black? Okay, his father may have been, but he's made of white material because his mother is white. Now, is he actually black? That's just by, that's an individual's call on that. Okay, well, I said that to say this. That's just like saying, okay, we get mad because they claim Egyptians. We get mad because you coming way over here to claim Egyptians. Now, you claim the Greeks and the Romans, and the Greeks and the Romans enslaved you. Talk about Europeans. So not only are you trying to claim what's in Africa, but you claiming the Greeks and the Romans, that we're familiar with your enslavement by the Greeks and the Romans. But you'll say they're all white. That's not necessarily so, because you have the ivory bangle lady found in Yorkshire. There's somebody else that they found, another body that they found or whatever. They kind of hide because they were hiding the lady in Yorkshire since 1908, and that's a black lady. Or is she? Right? Because they'll turn around and say, well, she was Roman, so she was kind of mixed. That's neither here nor there. She wasn't white. and she was in Yorkshire. Why?
But that lady you're talking about, what's the time period?
I don't know the time period.
Roughly.
That was during the Roman period, the Roman takeover of Europe, of Britain. Matter of fact,
during the Roman Empire.
Yeah, the Roman takeover of Britain.
Okay.
Yeah, when the Britons were enslaved by the Romans, that lady wasn't just she was a royalty of, well, I ain't gonna say royalty, but she was a wealthy lady during that time, bro, because that's the way she was buried. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to say Britain found her, the British found her, or either the American. It doesn't matter. They hid.
What's her name? Can you spell her name for me?
It's the Ivory Bengal lady. I'll put it in your box here in just a second. I'll put it in the thing there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
But you see the things that if Alexander the Great was white, it would be difficult for his descendants to be black. You know, I mean, you can have all the darkest jet black dudes on the planet Earth to mix with his descendants, because there are so many Ptolemies, as you probably know. It would be very difficult to go from white and end up. Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I'll look it up later on. I'll leave the page.
Yeah, there's somebody else too. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's somebody else too, Chaka, who also was a black person of high Roman ranking. Okay, and we just talk about the emperor and his two sons, but we talking about regular, who's not the rulers or whatever the case is.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. We've been live streaming for actually 4 hours and 50 minutes. So I want to thank you both, Brother Radio One, Brother Majai Commander.
No problem.
All welcome, and feel free to invite anybody that you know is interested about history and linguistics. So the more people, the more fun. So I would just put an end to this live stream. I would say, you brothers and sisters, stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the nature, I would definitely holler back at you. Hotep.
All right, Hotel, brother. Hold it down, Radio One. Peace.
Oh yeah, you too, brother. Peace.
Indeed.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes, and here. That's the flyer. Okay. So those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.